Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Kev Cottage get the better of Mason Whitlaw by 4-0. That puts him in charge of the race for second place. He moves on to 8 points in the table, 2 clear of Rosetta and Whitlock respectively. And so we head into game 3 and to the basement people as Patrick Williams and Joe Croft go head to head. 5th playing 6th in the league standings, and it was Paddy that won this game yesterday. It was the only win that the pair would get between them. The 24-year-old Liverpudlian who made it through to finals night the last time he was here a couple of series ago, taking on Joe Croft, a man 9 years his senior from Cheshunt, a former semi-finalist. That coming 3 years ago. It's been a long time between drinks for Crofty, and that real big moment for him at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It looks like it's going to be another campaign without a Saturday. And for Patrick, it would be the first time that he would have failed to have made it through. You'd sense if he's going to,
first leg,
particularly off the back of Kev Cottis' win, he's going to have to complete the card. And then hope that, akin to yesterday, those in 2nd, 3rd and 4th basically beat one another.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's exactly 43. What he needs to do. Needs a perfect day. And even then, as you've mentioned, you are still reliant on 58. A lot of results going your way. But here at the Live Lounge, we have seen people qualify from positions which are seemingly unassailable.
I'll never forget 99. The Rob Collins Night of Escapology.
Did he get 2 wins?
He got 2 wins in his last 2 games.
Yep.
He won them both by a heavy margin. One of them was 4-0. I think the other one might have been 4-1. But he won them both by a heavy margin. But because he kept losing tight, the legs diffs, because of those heavy wins, just saw him over the line. It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen here. And I've seen a lot of things in this building. I've even seen the ghosts.
85.
Allegedly, because it's a former church.
77.
Yeah, as for Joe Croft yesterday,
23.
There were matches, especially his first couple of matches up on the stage, leading 3-1 over Cottis, pegged back, losing 4-3, leading 3-1 over Richie Parkin,
96.
4-3, and I think that became the frustration that just set the tone for the rest of the day, because it's hard to recover from that position, especially when you keep thinking, oh no, it's happening again, it's happening again.
89. Patrick, you require
well, Paddy's got 6 here for the 160 to get this game up and running. To get the motor rolling.
92. 83.
Well, Manchester crowbar 1 in the trouble with the last. Doesn't change the fact he's still on a free dart out. Maybe irrelevant anyway.
Game
because Paddy finds a double 4. He popped to 68 Williams. And leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that argument I just made, you know, for Joe Croft and the way that things panned out yesterday. Well, there's a similar argument, isn't there, to be made for Paddy Williams, because first match losing 4-3. Next leg it was 4-3.
60.
Yeah, it was just for him. It was just one of those things. People just managed to find that extra gear, that next level, and I don't know if it's because he came in as favourite. He finished 2nd in Group 49. A. I think maybe there was just a target on his back going into Group C.
Well, yesterday the bookmakers had him odds on
52.
10-3. In fact, these two were the top 2 in the betting, or in Joe Croft's case, joint 2nd in the favourite, joint favourite in the betting, alongside Kev Cottis. Paddy was 10-3 on. Croft was 7-2, joint 2nd favourite. And these are the 2 players who find themselves languished in 96. The tungsten cellar.
Well, that's all we can do, isn't it? We look at stats, we look at how performances have gone recently, and you just try and make the best argument as to how you think things are going to go. But it's why we love live sport. It's why we watch it.
Well, darts is a game of numbers, and the best way we can give you an indication as to forms and anything else is to try and crunch them as best we can. And
95.
the numbers indicate,
Joe,
particularly in the case of Paddy Williams, that
127.
he'd have a lot of joy. He actually played all right yesterday. Average for the day of 86.82, but other players kept finding when he was
45.
missing, particularly on the outer ring.
$96.
In fact, Paddy had the
Joe, you
highest
require
overall
82.
running average of any player on Thursday in Group C. Tops of Croft,
62.
just underneath.
Patrick, you require 102.
That's double 16 for a 102.
70. Joe, you require 20.
So this to square up, and it'd be the first game today where both
Game
players have
shot
won
and the
legs,
second
because
leg.
the
Joe
first
Croft.
couple went by way of
Third
4-0
leg, it's Patrick
margins.
to throw first.
So already, this
Game
is the
on.
most competitive game we've seen on Friday. We will get some 4-3s at some point.
57. $85. $121. $42.
Do you reckon they both got the same wardrobe memo?
Yeah, very similar in terms of
93.
attire today.
I remember there was a group involving Scott Campbell, and I apologise to the other person because for the life of me I can't
60.
remember who it was. But they both were with the same manufacturer, darts manufacturer, and they turned up on each of the 3 days in Group A with
100.
exactly the same shirt on. And they were living in completely different apartments, right? They probably didn't even know what they were turning up to wear, but yet it just turned out to be that case.
45. Patrick, you require 130.
Well, it could be the case here that Patrick Williams goes 2-1 up on Croft if he is going to.
94.
He's going to have to wait, but plenty of time.
It's not quite as dramatic as Simon Whitlock beating Reece Robinson of his own equipment.
60.
No, that one's got to
Patrick, you
smart
require
a little bit
36.
more.
Game shot and the third
Well, the
leg.
double 18
Patrick
eventually got
Williams.
Williams 2 onto
Fourth
the
leg,
good.
it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
You do see people getting hoisted by their own petards in terms of equipment and
140.
things like that. I'm sure we've seen a number of players be beaten by their own darts. We saw that case at the World Championship where the furthest player
40.
to go in the tournament using a Cam Crabtree dart was not Cam Crabtree, because David Munya got further. But he had to use his setup because his darts
140.
got lost in the luggage in Kenya. So he had his darts doubled in terms of produce
58.
and production, and it wasn't because of him.
Yeah, I remember one of the women's weeks where Sophie McKinley's point got stuck in the board, so she had to run out the back, take one of Paige Pauling's darts,
100.
and still managed to win the match.
We had one involving Jeroen Murk and Gino Voss, where Gino's darts was lost in the
81.
airport,
Joe, you
and
require
Gino
121.
played Jerome with his own equipment.
That's the thing. I think dart players, they kind of understand the situation and they help people out, but yet sometimes
38.
it's to their own detriment, but we wouldn't do it any other way.
Oh, yeah, you hear plenty of stories across the circuit of things akin to that.
134.
As
Joe, you require 83.
Croft here looks at 83 to square the match up.
47.
Ironically, Gino Voss beat Jeroen Murk by 4-1 in that game.
100. Joe, you require 36.
So 218 to 2-2. Now chasing double 9 and getting
Game
double 9
shot and the fourth
and
leg.
getting this
Joe
game
Croft.
back on terms.
Fifth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Well, Well, this game yesterday, it was 4-1 in favour
140.
of Paddy Williams. So Croft already making a few more inroads than he did.
100. 140.
And we are still waiting for our first 180 of the session.
Yep, no max here this
100.
afternoon so far.
$40.
Sure, we'll see plenty tonight.
That wasn't too bad yesterday afternoon. It was 18 in total across the 15 games.
Yeah, James
60.
Buckby and Johnny Barnes were the key perpetrators of that yesterday. Busy day, long day.
127.
But for me, one of my favourite days, because it's that day where everything concludes.
60.
We know that all the hard
Patrick,
work
you
the players have put in for the past
54.
5 days, we will soon get our Saturday night lineup.
Game
Well,
shot. on the
that,
fifth
a lot
leg.
more like
Patrick
it. Best
Williams.
leg of the game so far.
Sixth leg, it's
14
Joe to
data
throw
for
first.
Patrick
Game on.
Williams to put himself 3-2 to the good.
85. 43.
And if Paddy can find a win here, his next game, it's game number 6, and that is against Kevin Cottis, and that could be, again, another really
96.
important exchange, because if Patrick Williams could win that, then you would then start talking about him maybe pushing for that second place.
41.
But he wouldn't be out of it, and also having 1 2 from 2, he'll get a little bit more spirit, a little bit more confidence, a little bit more pep in his step. Look, still there'd be a long way to go and a lot of ground to make up.
77.
Let's not run before he can walk, but it would certainly give him an outside squeak. Sometimes all you need is that
60.
little bit of hope.
As long as you're still in the mix, I think players, although they may not say it outwardly, they'll be like, no, it's too much.
44.
It's too hard to do. Steve West was that player last week who just thought, no, I'm completely out of it, and managed to qualify for finals night. Yeah, I think they still hold on to it.
59.
Well, I think a lot depends on mindset, because there might be a sense of Patrick here thinking, my chances are very minimal, so he might free roll a little bit, relax his shoulders a bit more, we might
40.
see the best of him as a result.
93.
Well, this game has progressively got better and better as we've gone along. The best leg so far was that last one, 14 darts from Paddy Williams.
97.
And it looks like we are in line to go to a last leg decider with Croft on 62.
Should look at either the 18 or the 25 and ball here.
41.
Finds the 18s,
Joe,
leads
you
himself
require
on
62.
164. Croft 62 to take us all the way. 1 dart double top.
42.
Drops low. This would be
Patrick, you
somewhere to wrap
require
it up.
164.
That would have been a dream end to the match for Paddy
47.
Williams, but as it stands,
Joe,
Joe
you
Croft
require 20.
looking to force a last leg decider. Yeah, just double checking. You could hear it clip the wire, but just the wrong
Game
side.
shot
But that's
in
a
the
great
sixth leg.
third
Joe
dart.
Croft.
Not quite convinced of how much he could really see of
7th
double
and
10.
final leg. It's Patrick to throw first.
However,
Game
in
on.
is in, and we go all the way. In this race for 5th place.
41. 140. 41.
Well, back-to-back scores of 41 have really opened the door here for Joe Croft. He kicked off with a 140. He backs it up with a
100.
ton. And that is the thing in these games. They're a short course. They're only a
57.
race to 4. And just a leg or so ago, we were talking about how Patrick Williams might be able to progress through to a position at the top, nearer the top of the table.
60.
Well, those tables have been turned in this match alone because it's Croft who's charging for the winning line.
Well, he had that 14
59.
darter to move 3-2 in front, and it's just fallen apart somewhat for Patrick Williams from that point onwards. 6 here for Crofty to get over the line, a 4-3 winner, and that
140.
2 treble turn leaves himself on a 2 darter after a dozen.
Could be the best leg that we see from Joe Croft
Joe, you require 61.
in this match.
Saving his very best, potentially for the very last. Well, that treble 2 leaves himself with 55 left. Double top for the win, plenty of time.
41.
And he's going to need to return for double 10 and derivatives potentially.
It's interesting because Joe Croft is one of those players that I've noticed he'll leave 36, he'll leave 32, he'll leave top. He
59.
doesn't seem to mind.
Joe, you require 20.
Just goes with the flow. And he's just found
Game,
his
shot,
first win
and
of
the match.
the group
Joe Croft.
by getting the better of Paddy Williams by 4 legs to 3 from 3-2 behind. He seals success for the first time in his secondary group. Coming up next, it is Mason Whitlock and Richie Parkin. Welcome back to the Modus Super Season. Before the break, we saw Joe Croft get the better of Patrick Williams by 4 legs to 3. So let's get into game 4. Meeting between Richie Parkin and Mason Whitlock. A game you sense now is must win for Mason on 6 points. So a couple behind Kev Cottis. If he loses this one and Kev wins the next one, then there will be a 4-point gap between the pair in the race for P2 with just 6 points left to play for. For Parkin, if he wins this, then he will temporarily open up a
First leg, it's Mason
gap
to throw
between
first.
him and Nevin Rosetta of 8 points. Now, there is a possibility here that it could be job done for Richie Parkin in the next couple of games. Because if he wins this one, Mason Whitlock cannot catch him because there'll be a gap of 8 points with 6 left to play for. And then, if Joe Croft was to get the better of Nevin Rosetta, then by the same token, Nevin wouldn't be able to catch him because the most he'd be able to get to with 3 games to go would be 12 points.
44.
So if Richie wins this game and Croft wins the next one, then Richie Parkin would be through by the time we get to game 6 of the session.
100.
Yeah, it's the ideal scenario for Richie Parkin to be in. Yeah, that's for
45.
Mason Whitlock. It's the second day in a row where his campaign has kicked off with a 4-0 defeat. But yesterday, he managed to bounce back in pretty emphatic style with a 4-1 win and just shy of a 90 average, and it included those 2 106 checkouts as well. And he beat Williams 4 legs to 1.
46. Richie, you require 156.
Another one of them. Double 18.
Game
Flying
shot
start
in the
for
first
Richie
leg.
Parkin.
Richie
A
Parkin.
thrilling finish from the thriller. The
Second leg is Richie
156
to throw
gets him up
first.
and running.
Game on.
And for Mason Whitlock, that will feel like a hammer blow.
A 12-dart breaker throw in the first leg for Richie Parkin.
$60.
And as you say, you feel from this position Mason cannot afford to lose this match. However, having suffered a second 4-0 defeat in the match earlier on today,
100.
you want to avoid a heavy defeat as well because of the damage it's going to do to leg difference.
26.
I don't know what you think, Henry, but Richie Parkin does not look like in any mood to be messing around.
No, trying to get it done as quickly as possible. And I just wonder, should he get on to the 14 points, he should get himself through by that particular
96.
point, whether he looks at things like the 20 from 20. The double card completion.
45.
That's Keegan Brown that managed to go 10 out of 10 last week in double trouble in Group C.
Yeah, but he would lose out in the end to Neil Duff in the final. Not the first
48.
or probably last player to do that against the Duff man. Who, of course, we'll see in Series 15.
95. Richie, you require 160.
Parkin's got 6 here for the 160. I'm going to add that to the 156 that he found on the previous
63.
leg.
But again, it's
120.
Really
Richie, you require 97.
solid leg from Richie Parkin, despite Mason Whitlock there with a couple of bullseyes found. Over to double 12.
73. Mason, you require 155.
What has Whitlock got here with the 155? Can't be done now. So Parkin back for double 12.
65.
Found it to win his previous
Richie, you
match. I
require
wonder whether he's
24.
rekindled a flame on that particular double.
Game shot.
Well,
and the
double
second
12
leg.
might not have gone,
Richie
but
Parkin.
it's all's well that ends well as
Third
double
leg,
6
it's
pins.
Mason to throw first. Game on.
Well, the amount of times that Paul Nicholson sits in this chair,
83.
literally the chair I'm sitting in, and he will mention about breakdowns and primary and secondary doubles and that. If you've got a target you like, and in Richie Parkin's case,
100.
he likes double 12. it's all right to like that. But you've also got to be good on the next double it breaks down on, because
60.
there's going to be times when you come inside and you've got to go to that secondary target. And in fairness to Richie, that double 6 has bailed him out on a few occasions when that double 12 has gone awry.
140.
I think the thing with Richie, he's got a really solid stance, but he throws them so straight that you can imagine, as a right-handed player, double 6, it is going to lend itself to being one of a more favourable double for him.
180.
Well, that, incredibly, is a max. We've waited a long time for it. We've seen Haley Comets come quicker.
85.
But we have finally got our first 180 of the session.
I mean, it is only game 4. We've just got
43.
expectation. I know.
I'm a hard taskmaster. Come on.
Yeah, for Mason Whitlock, who has had a 9 darter on that stage. Yeah, he does come with an expectation.
55.
Hit that back
Mason,
in 2024.
135. $57. Richie, you require
Parking here, looking at the 1-2-1 to get the double break. Shovel 17 for the bull. Bull to inflict further pain on his Aussie opponent.
96. Mason, you require 78.
Got to keep straight. Does so. A little bit awkward.
38. Richie, you require 25.
Mason Whitlock's got a big problem in terms of he's not getting opportunities of double.
No
But he's going to get 3 more here. In
Mason,
fact, he's
you
going to get
require
more in hand
40.
here than he's had for the entirety of the day, because he's had 3 at double across his 2 matches prior to this point. But when you get an opportunity, you've got to
Game
take.
shot on the third
And
leg.
eventually he does
Mason
on the double
Whitlock.
10.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
And that was what kind of kicked things off
41.
yesterday for Mason Whitlock. As soon as he got that first leg up on the board, then he was able to settle in and just find the extra gear that he needed.
92.
I don't think as a dart player, especially in this round robin format, that until you get that first leg, that first double, it's really hard to settle.
100.
Yeah, nobody ever wants to
45.
leave the live lounge legless. 1 or 2 have in the past,
96.
but it doesn't happen often.
No, absolutely. And even for Joe Croft, you know, picked up his first win in that match
41.
previous. But yeah, you talk about legs, but ultimately you don't want to be leaving without a win under your belt.
100.
And look, there's an eye and a gauge as well. And I actually think this series is the one where you've got to leave a mark more than most, because I suppose to a
59.
certain extent next year we get a brand new cohort.
Richie, you require
So you want to impress enough that when players
164.
drop on the Pro Tour et al., you want to still be invited back here. So actually the shop window to impress is a
81.
little bit more important here than perhaps it is at the beginning of a season.
Yeah, and we're only just, you know, a week into August, but for some of these players, this will be the last time in 2026 that they get the
140.
opportunity
Richie,
to
you
play
require
up on this
83.
stage. So, yeah, equally, it is about leaving a bit of a lasting impression.
It's the bull.
45.
Wide of the mark.
Mason, you require
So Whitlock
124.
here, opportunity of the 1-2-4 to level the game up at 2-2. He's going to get a look at the ball. He
99.
wasn't too far away from finding it.
Richie, you require 38.
Just a couple of slips when it's come to the finishing. But he's opted for double 12 again,
Game
and this
shot on
time
the
pins
fourth
it
leg.
right in the
Richie
middle of the
Parker.
bed.
Fifth leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game
He's
on.
just doing a job. As I say, it hasn't had to really hit the meteoric heights.
82.
But there's something to be said about somebody that could just streamline to a level that's just good enough to win matches. And you can't help the output of your opponent. If they're missing
43.
opportunities, if they're not doing this, they're not doing that, you've got to be on the scene to punish. And full credit to Richie Park, he's doing exactly that and more.
100.
Reminds me of the conversation you mentioned with Nevin and Rosetta. Is he might have felt like he got away with some, but he's still got to be the one that hits the winning doubles. They're the ones that
58.
count.
Put it this way, you don't care if you pick up 5k tomorrow night.
What is it that Chris Mason says? They don't put averages on trophies.
Indeed.
59. $60.
Although, to agree with your point, but
83.
to be rather contradictory to your point, of course, the top 6 players in terms of average will play in Group A at Champions Week.
82.
Yeah, that is the metric that is used to sort out who goes into what group from all the 12 weekly winners.
42.
It's difficult because there's not ever going to be the truest of fair barometers, but it's the fairest.
You need something to sort it out, don't you, ultimately?
140. Mason, you require
So
135
here to bring it back to 3-2. Looking for the treble 20 for another go at the ball, and this is becoming a rather forlorn task here for Mason Whitlock. Parkin will be back for the
59.
118 to
Richie, you
wrap the
require
game up by a 4-1
118.
score.
Well, he's already kicked off this match with a 156. Is he going to find the 118?
98.
Not quite got
Mason,
Mason
you require
Whitlock's number yet.
76.
He's just beginning to get a couple of opportunities, mate. He's going to stay there to leave double 18.
Game
And
shot
makes no
on the
mistake,
fifth
he's
leg.
hanging on.
Mason Whitlock.
But Parkin
Sixth
here
leg, it's Richie to throw
has the honour
first.
to get over the line.
Game on. $140.
Solitary match start has come and gone now for Richie Parkin off the back of that 118 finish. Frustrated nod of the head from Mason Whitlock because,
50.
yeah, again, it's just that little drift into treble 5.
$57. $59.
Well, Mason will be disappointed because he's done all the hard work to get back in the game, and I know Parkin's on throw, but he'll feel as if he's given a bit of a free run here.
140.
Yeah, it's just it's the opportunities, isn't it? It's how many chances Mason Whitlock's had to see out legs. He needs more scores like that. Is his
Richie, you require
the second maximum of the match? Both of them going the way of Whitlock.
Well, apart from the 12 dart to win leg 1, it's been a rather ordinary contest.
60.
7 visits needed to win every leg from that point onwards.
$42.
After hitting the maximum, it's
Richie,
a
you
trebleless
require
visit.
104.
Set himself on 170, but doesn't get a look at it. Parkin kicked the game off with a ton top. He's not going to finish at 1.
48. Mason, you require 170.
When you have a 170 left, you go up there with all that focus, ambition. You can always visualise it going, so
59.
you can see the disappointment.
Richie, you require
Finding
56.
the single one.
Tops for the match.
18.
Veers wide of the mark,
Mason,
but
you
because of a
require
disaster of a setup,
111.
Whitlock still in free figure range. Still needs a treble with dart 2. Not that one.
Again, just that lateral drift to the left-hand side for Mason Whitlock, and more
43.
match-winning opportunities for
Richie, you
Richie
require
Parkin.
38.
It's going to split. 2 8s.
22.
And that is a couple more max
Mason, you
darts that have
require
come and
68.
gone.
Yeah, 5 in total for Richie Parkin. He keeps giving these outside chances here to Mason Whitlock, who can level it up at
Game
3-all and
shot
does
on the
so.
sixth leg. Mason Whitlock.
That raise of the hand.
Seventh and final leg. It's
Players
Mason
just
to
do
throw
that.
first.
They're apologetic
Game on.
because ultimately they feel like they should be back in the practice room having lost. But again, you can only hit what's left in front of you, and that's what Whitlock's
100.
done.
Someone's got to win the leg, even if it is a bit scrappy.
91.
Like a game of football where you can keep ball for 90 minutes and still be 0-0. Someone's got to achieve something.
123. 140.
Just 8 points separating these two.
95.
How important might that last start be? It's a good find for Mason Whitlock.
100.
Well, Parkins left himself on the 170. Whitlock here, you've got to give credit to the character that he's shown, because there was a point midway through the previous leg where he looked down and out.
170.
Might still lose this game, but he's shown a lot of bottle to get himself back into a position to win it.
And he's going to have a go at the 137.
96. Mason, you require 137.
It's so typical if he found this. So typical if he finds tots, but low with dart 1.
97. Richie, you require
74
74.
is not a given. Parkins already had 5 opportunities to see off this match. He's going to get one more.
Game,
And
shot.
he only
And
needed
the
the
match.
one more. Richie Parkin
Parkin
finds a 74 checkout to win a last leg decider over Mason Whitlock. Mason Whitlock battled hard to stay in the fixture, but ultimately the best legs of the match were bookended for Richie Parkin, winning in 15 darts. That the tail of the tape. And coming up next, Rosetta takes on Croft.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Richie Parkin get the better of Mason Whitlow by 4 legs to 3. That moves him on to 14 points. And that means that a defeat here for Nevin Rosetta against Joe Croft would mean, because of the points totals and what is still left to play for in this group.
First leg, it's Nevin to throw first.
That
Game
Richie
on.
Parkin would have qualified, because it means Mason Whitlock can only get to 12 points with 3 games left. Nevin Rosetta can only get to 12 points with 3 games left, and Croft and Williams have been
60.
so far adrift. So with 2 players going through from this group, it would mean that Richie Parkin would be safe in the knowledge that with 3 games left to play, he would be
56.
in. So if Croft beats Rosetta, Richie Parkin is the second player through the finals night tomorrow.
And it really is.
140.
It's been done at potentially the earliest possible opportunity for Richie Parkin. But Joe Croft will have to
100.
back up that win that he found in the first match. His first win of Group C. It was a 4-3 win over Paddy Williams.
100.
As for Rosetta, he went down 4 legs to 0 against Richie Parkin. Definitely the player of the
41.
moment in terms of Group C is Parkin.
$85. 92. Nevin, you require 116.
So 116 here for Rosetta to get up and running. Unable to get, but has got the
60.
time. Croft not really troubling the scores against Fro in this opening leg.
100. Nevin, you require
Brings
56.
it down to a finish for Rosetta. 2 darts in hand for tops.
36. Joe, you require
In that first match for
112.
Rosetta, he's only limited to 1 dart at a double. So already this is better.
Squeezes away here, double 16
96.
on the inside.
Nevin, you require
So
20.
Rosetta will return for double 10.
$10. Joe, you require 16.
Could be a costly miss for Rosetta. But that's awkward now for Joe Croft. Again, just trying to open up an angle.
Game shot and the first
Nestles
leg.
it in
Joe
with
Croft.
that other dart absolutely perfectly.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first.
Well, Rosetta
Game
is
on.
5 darts at a double there to win leg 1, and as a consequence, he has been duly punished to the hilt by Crofty.
57. 60. 81. 100. 85.
Chance here. If Rosetta can find a couple of big trebles just to edge himself in front.
59.
But now there is just a few points, just 4 points separating the two of them.
180.
Well, all of a sudden, Croft is just beginning to put his foot on the pedal.
96. Joe, you require 98. $66.
We'll return for 32. Just feel like Rosetta's just had the stuffing knocked out of him a little bit.
Joe, you
As a result of
require
that defeat to
32.
Richie Parkin. I just wonder whether he's just beginning to fear the worst a little.
Game shot and the second leg.
He should
Joe
be.
Croft.
problem is now he's
Third leg,
six
it's
legs
Nevin
played,
to throw
6 legs
first.
lost.
Game on.
Yeah, and in fairness, really should have taken the opening leg, missed 5 darts at the outer ring.
100. 57.
The thing is, for the likes of Joe Croft, Paddy Williams, I mean, as we mentioned, they came in as first and joint second favourite to top the group yesterday.
100.
We know they've got levels that they perhaps didn't demonstrate, so even if they perhaps can't quite qualify because of the way that some of the other fixtures may go,
60.
they can definitely act as spoilers for some of these players.
And nobody likes a spoiler.
125.
Spoilers and floaters can be rather dangerous here at the Live Lounge.
140.
And Croft is providing to be a rather awkward floater for Nevin.
100.
But there's a rather better leg for the Croatian, leaving himself on 76 after a dozen.
182, yeah.
Right over to the 18s.
80.
To leave himself
Nevin, you
on
require
164.
76.
Quick glance over to the scoreboard. Yeah, last minute decision to change over to 16 for tops.
56. Joe, you require 164. 92. Sorry, 96.
So
Nevin, you
double
require
10 here
20.
for Rosetta to half the deficit.
Game
Half
shot.
the
And the
deficit he
third
does.
leg.
Gets himself in the contest.
Nevin
First
Rosita.
leg
Fourth
that
leg
he's
is
won
Joe
today.
to throw first. Game on. A 134.
Nice. 2 treble visit for
100.
Crofty.
Don't know about you, Laura, but I just get the sense that he's playing with a lot more freedom. That shoulder's a little bit more loose, and as a
180.
result, we're just seeing something a little bit better.
For me, the telling point will be that if he goes through and up and Rosetta maybe
60.
just pegs a leg back, is how he deals with that, how he responds. Is he still thinking about the kind of the defeats from yesterday where he lost from those positions? Or,
83.
as you've put it, is he just that little bit more free-flowing because he probably feels that unless a lot of things go right for him, his race is kind of run in terms of
140.
qualification for
Joe,
Saturday.
you require 104.
So 104 here for Crofty to move 2 clear, 1 away. 6 on the point that he's at now.
56.
But we also know how dart players think. And you'd be feeling as if, why was this not here when I needed it earlier on this week?
I think that is a question that dart
39.
players ask
Joe, you
themselves
require
with
48.
an abundance of regularity.
Game shot and the fourth leg.
Finds a way
Joe
between the
Croft.
posts. And Crofty 3-1
Fifth
to the
leg is
good.
Nevin to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
now
on.
Rosetta, he does have the advantage of throwing first in this 5th leg.
100. 140. 100.
For Joe Croft, if he does get a win here and move on to 4 points, the maximum he can get to is 10 points. Now, Kevin
43.
Pottis is already on 8 points, so he's up next against Paddy Williams.
126. 46. 30.
It's just given Crofty a bit of an outside chance here. 2 trebles, and this leg gets interesting again. Just missed a bit of a trick, you said.
96. Nevin, you require 145.
Croft couldn't find the 25 to leave himself on a finish. So 6 darts for Rosetta from
59.
this point. Again, another 2 treble visit. He could have piled on a lot more
60.
pressure.
Nevin, you require 86.
So this to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. 18 for the bull. Bull.
44. Joe, you
One
require
from 9 on the doubles. That
116.
could be that. Just underneath. Gets it, double 18 to wrap it up.
Game,
And
shot.
wrap it up he does.
And the match.
With a
Joe
tongue
Croft.
topper. And that win secures Richie Parking's place in tomorrow night's final. Because now neither Rosetta or Whitlock can get to the 14 points that he is on. And that 116 checkout gives Joe Croft a win. It gives Richie Parkin a place in tomorrow night's final. The thriller is there. We'll see him in a few matches' time. But before that, it is Kevin Cottis and Patrick Williams. Welcome back. Before the break, we saw Joe Croft get the better of Nevin Risetta by 4 legs to 1. That win has qualified Richie Parkin through to tomorrow night's final. So the thriller will be in the Saturday night showdown. And Kev Cottis could put himself on the hill in terms of qualification here if he can get the better of Paddy Williams, because results today have gone absolutely perfect for Kev. Because Nevin Risetta has lost both his matches. Mason Whitlock has lost both his matches, and that included a win for Kev against Mason in the process. So Kevin wins this game. He will move 4 points clear of third and fourth
First
place.
leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
With just
Game on.
6 more points left to play for in the table. And Kevin's next game after this one is a meeting with Richie Parker. Then other than
45.
that, it will be Nevin Risetta and Joe Croft that he will face to the conclusion of the session. So if he wins this,
77.
then we're very close to knowing the 2 players that are going to qualify their way through this Group C.
42.
Yeah, in addition, a win for Cottis, that would mathematically mean that Paddy Williams could no longer qualify. As we've said, it was always going to be a difficult one.
180.
But with Joe Croft, Paddy
140.
Williams still kind of languishing towards the bottom of the table. I wonder now if they're going to play a little bit more like what we would have expected them to do when they came into Group C. Because it's back-to-back maximums already for Paddy Williams.
180.
And all of a sudden, Kev is under the cosh.
140.
However,
Patrick,
that
you
is
require
his riposte.
64.
Double 8. 2 4s.
60. Kevin, you require 134. 78. Patrick, you require 4.
Potential break in 13. Already missed a couple of darts. A double, but
Game
not missing
shot
again.
in the first leg. Patrick Williams.
Paddy Williams just racing into a 1-0
Second
lead.
leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on. $100.
I get the sense that if
35.
Kev makes it through, I think we're going to see a big outpouring of emotion, because he's mentioned it on record to us in the past that this means everything to him to
40.
play here. I think if he makes it through to tomorrow night, I feel as if we will see the relief of a man that would have fulfilled a massive
100.
achievement within this sport for himself.
Well, we were discussing it yesterday, weren't we? That different players use this platform for very different reasons, and some players
42.
use it a bit like Mason, who's got ambitions of obviously doing big things on the development tour, hopefully progressing on to getting a tour card. We have players that come through and just are looking for that next step up, and then we've got the
140.
players that are coming off the Pro Tour that come here and utilise this platform, and then you've got players like you say, like Kevin Cottis. This is
140.
exactly where they want to be.
Matthew Edgar phrased it perfectly. This is the place where worlds collide.
81.
The spinning of tungsten tectonic plates.
$57. Kevin, you require
God, just looking at
145.
145 here to level this match up at 1-1. He's going to have to rely on Williams here, not taking out the 1-2-2. And he needs the one treble here to
87.
Paddy to give himself
Patrick,
a
you
poke at the
require
ball. If he doesn't get it, Cottis has left
122.
himself on a single to double.
He's going to do well to try and find a route through to treble 18.
$54. Kevin, you require 58.
So 18 for double top to square the game up at 1
Game
apiece.
shot and the
Makes
second
no
leg.
mistake
Kevin
whatsoever.
There's always a reaction, isn't there, after every single leg won. Sometimes
Third leg, it's Kevin
Kevin's
to
really
throw
embroiled
first.
in a match
Game
after
on.
every single score.
$100.
Well, Big Papa has been more a case of Papa don't breach, because he's only had the one leg against him so far in this session.
91.
And the bookies, to be fair, when we looked at the odds this morning, as you said, free player tied on 6 points, they were most convinced that he would be the one to get into second position, was 5-1 second
45.
favourite. And so far, if he can get over the line here, then they would be pretty much spot on in terms of their observations in
100.
that particular department.
$140.
Oh, was threatening his first 180. Has to settle for a fourth 140 in this match.
And actually, I know he had that 101 yesterday, but
100.
there's a look and feel that overall he's just playing a little bit better today as well, is Kev. Just looks a lot more focused. It looks just a little bit more cleaner. That was off the back of, as I say, a really productive day yesterday, averaging about 85 and change for the session.
I do wonder if with a player like Kev, when he comes here, that it actually ups the levels. Because you look at over at, say,
46.
county record for
Kevin, you
last year,
require
and
76.
he's playing at a much higher standard. And he's doing it consistently up on the Super Series stage.
56.
Well, just
Patrick,
below
you
the
require
tops there, Paddy
164.
needs a biggie. The 164 won't be got, so Cottis will
40.
return for double 10
Kevin,
to
you
move
require
in towards
20.
the halfway point of victory.
No score.
And Kev Cottis can't
Patrick, you
quite
require
believe it.
124.
This would be punishment. This would be punishment. Double 11 just on the
113.
inside.
Kevin, you require 20.
Paddy really attacked that double 11, but it's Cottis once again looking to lead for the first time. One dart in hand.
10. Patrick, you require 11.
1 from 8 on the double, so Kevin Cottis, he's had tangible chances to really take control of the game. But
7.
Paddy Williams is unable to pick
Kevin,
up
you
the
require
pieces.
10.
Go straight
Game
for it, and
shot
that is
and
the
third
outcome.
leg, Kevin Cottis. Fourth leg, it's
They've
Patrick
taken
to
a
throw
few darts
first.
to win leg
Game
3,
on.
but it is Kev Cottis that takes the lead for the first time in the match.
$41.
Of course, if Kev gets through, then I reckon half the county of Essex might be here tomorrow. Well, we know we're going to have an Essex player, but he lives on the Isle of Wight here in the commentary box, because Keegan's
58.
going to be with us tomorrow night. Well, he's going to be with you tomorrow night. I'll be hanging around in my little ivory tower in the studio.
120.
Yeah, it will be great to see a big crowd here. As you say, Essex not that far away from our location on the south coast in Portsmouth.
Well, I can tell you that already
100.
tickets are selling quick, so I don't quite know what's happened there, but Paddy is off. I think there might be a bit of a moment. Patrick's just heading off the stage. Nick Cross is just confirming what is happening. Well, there's been a problem with his point, which is snapped, so he's ran straight back into the practice room to get that sorted. And so Kev Cott's going to provide the entertainment. It's a bit like, remember that Wimbledon when Elton John went through his whole repertoire during the rain break? I think Kev Cott is going to do the equivalent of that, but
I was wondering if you were going to announce that Kev was about to start singing, but whilst we just take that little break, we can have a quick look at how the land lies at the moment, and it is Richie Parkin, as you can see, lit up in gold on 14 points. Kev Cottis, he's in a very good position. He's 2-1 up over Paddy Williams at the moment on 8 points. Another win for him, that puts him on 10 points. And then you've got that chasing Pat with Mason and Nevin in there, but their days have not gone well so far, with Joe Croft then and Paddy Williams sat at the foot of the table.
Yes, so for Kev Cott, if he wins this game, he's very, very close to making it through to tomorrow night's final. Now, just a slight interlude, because Patrick Williams had snapped his point in the middle of that leg, so he's run straight off stage to get a fresh set and then bring it back on. Now, usually in these situations, the players will get a practice throw each before then getting back underway. I've seen these situations before. I don't think we've seen a snap point here yet, but we've seen all sorts of weird scenarios where a game has been paused or suspended. I'll never forget the one time, I know it wasn't during a game, but it was the BDO World Trophy in Barry Town in 2017 when Jeff
85.
Smith played Jamie Hughes, and one of the players actually forgot to bring their darts onto the stage after the walk-ons.
85.
Yeah, you kind of think that that's an essential bit of kit when you're going up to the stage to play, but I think sometimes when you're in those situations and you're playing a televised event and you're not used to it, you can sometimes just kind of lose your mind slightly.
$41.
In fact, it's not the first time. I've just been told in my ear by one of our rather
59.
alert crew that happened actually in the previous series when Dawson Michelle had a problem with his point snapping.
140. Patrick, you require 138.
Another in there.
86. Kevin, you require 77.
So 77 here for Cottis. It's going to have to be 20 a bull. Bull for 3-1.
52.
Wasn't far away.
Patrick, you require 52.
Well, this to level things up.
Game shot.
We do have a level game at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
I think I mentioned earlier as well, Sophie McKinley. I don't know if it was actually a snap point or if it just came up. She had that certain design where you can kind of screw in and unscrew your points, and she's definitely had one. But I think her point was actually still in the board. So there was a dart with no point left in it.
140.
Types of things that now we're going to see a little bit more often, because a lot more players are moving away from an all-in-one system where a lot of players are going to things like Swiss points and stuff you can screw in and screw out.
94.
Yeah, there are so many different systems, and players, they do like to kind of tinker with their setup, with their darting equipment.
45. 100. 100. Patrick, you require 167.
167 here for Paddy Williams. Bullseye.
142.
Just high
Kevin,
the mark.
You require 161.
And now a 161 for Cottis. That combination not underway.
66. Patrick, you require 25.
Double eight.
Game
Well, yesterday
shot
that
on the fifth
combination
leg.
was causing all
Patrick
sorts of
Williams.
problems, but for Paddy Williams, no mistake.
Sixth leg, it's Patrick
3-2 to the
throw
good,
first.
and now with the darts to win the
Game on.
match.
And this would make some really interesting reading when it comes to the table. If Paddy Williams can win here, then Kevin will stay in second place on
140.
8 points. But Kevin's next game will be against Richie Parkin. And Richie Parkin just looks like he's in no mood to hang
100.
around today.
No, Parkin looks perky.
134. 45.
And since Paddy Williams has had to kind of run off and
140.
either replace the point or change the dart, then it's been very much his direction. That last leg, 1 in 14. It's got potential for an 11 to win the
100.
match.
Patrick, you require 87.
Everything pointing up for Paddy Williams. For the match, double top, potential to our data,
67.
but he is going to come back for more.
In Group C, Paddy Williams has not had many opportunities at match
140.
starts. One has already come and
Patrick,
gone.
you require 20.
So 2 10s to get win number 2 on the board. And to
Game, shot.
deal a
And
big
the match,
blow
Patrick
to
Williams.
Kev Cottis' hopes of making it through. He's still in charge of his destiny on 8 points. However, he is still going to have to work hard, and that more like it for Paddy. Wins 4-2, performance decent, 88.02. As you can see, Kev missed 8 darts and a double. That was his undoing. When we return after the break, we're going to watch Joe Croft take on Mason Whitlock, who can now join Kevin Cottis on 8 points. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where, following 6 matches, this is how things look. Now, Kevin Cottis loses to Patrick Williams. He's opened up the race of P2. Richie Parkin winning his first couple means that he's qualified through. 7 wins from 7 for the Teessider, and this is how the table looks as a result. 7 wins from 7, 14 points. Richie Parkin's there. Kev Cottis still has his fate in his hands, but could have made life a lot more comfortable for himself in position 2. Mason Whitlock and Nevin Rosetta both on 6. Joe Croft and Patrick Williams on 4 points respectively. Not mathematically out of it, but they have got a lot of work to do. Let's get into the crux of Game 7, which is a meeting between Joe Croft and Mason Whitlock. For Mason, he's played 2, lost 2 today. 4-0 defeat to Kevin Cottis, followed up by a 4-3 defeat to Richie Parkin. As for Crofty, well, today has been a rather productive one. Didn't pick up a win on Thursday, but he's won both his matches so far on Friday. A 4-3 win over Paddy Williams and a 4-1 win against Nevin Rosetta means a win here could put him on to 6 points. Now, still a couple behind Kev Cottis, but what he might be able to do is damage a bit of limitation here, because
First leg, it's Joe to throw first.
it's a hard task to
Game
get
on.
through, but what he could do potentially is lift up a couple of positions and put a few more pounds in the pocket come the end of the week.
Yeah, there's still
100.
playing for position, isn't there? Even if you're not going to qualify through, the higher up the table you finish, the more prize money you walk away with.
As a game show host once said, points mean prizes.
140.
Yeah, after that 4-0 defeat for
60.
Mason Whitlock in his opening match against Kev Cottis, he really did push Richie Parkin in his next match. Went right down to a last leg decider. Did go against the apprentice,
43.
but it was a better performance. And that was a trend that we saw happen with Mason yesterday.
Well, if we're going to stick with the game show theme, then the chase is still on for Mason Whitlock, but he's at a bit of a tipping
100.
point in this group. If he comes out of this game pointless, then
100.
his chances are very, very much bodged.
I thought you were going to say they were in jeopardy.
55.
Well, it'd leave his position in terms of qualifying through. Not untenable, but
81.
his odds would be more 500 to 1 than 15 to 1.
123. Mason, you require 137.
Can no longer take out the 137. So Joe Croft,
71.
who is
Joe,
looking
you require
for a
63.
third successive win on Friday.
$58. Mason, you require 66.
So 66. Double 18. He's been good on this target today, but not on that occasion.
48. Joe, you require 5.
Double 2.
No score. Mason, you require 18.
Well, Crofty's missed 3 to win the opening leg.
Game
Whitlock
shot of the
gets
first
it with his
leg.
third dart
Mason
at a
Whitlock.
double.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where Joe Croft
Second
was
leg is
going with
Mason to
regards
throw
to
first. Game on.
that score where he left 5.
$60. 43. 57. 180.
Yeah, maximum called in by Nick Rolls. Might be back-to-back maximums.
140.
Well, the no look on 180 did not come off for Mason Whitlock.
55.
Yeah, Nick Roll's a man who's refereed many a final at the Lakeside. Officiated many people's greatest
55.
moments in their careers. He was the referee when Scott Mitchell was Lakeside champion in 15. The referee when Duff won the title in 22.
26.
And now, alongside refereeing duties, he's a very integral part of the World Darts
83.
Federation.
Yeah, he is pretty much the main man. You don't mess with Nick. He was at Gibraltar the other day. Lucky
Mason,
for him.
you require 106.
Well, this went twice for Whitlock yesterday. It's not third time the charm on 106 for Mason Whitlock. So Croft, he missed 2 darts that are double. In the opening leg, he's got 1 here.
37. Mason,
It's
you
2 legs in a
require
row where
51.
that kind of setup play just hasn't worked out for Joe Croft.
35. Joe, you require 20.
It's double 5 for Croft.
No score.
Doesn't go. And so Whitlock
Mason, you require 16.
looking at 2 8s. Now double 4.
Game shot.
Gets
and
their
the
leads
second
2-0.
leg, Mason Whitlock. Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Now here's a stat for you, Laura. I've actually found some.
85.
I've actually dug some info in on Nick Rolls. He's refereed at the World Championship at the Lakeside on no fewer
58.
than 15 occasions. 15 World Championships refereed.
It doesn't surprise me.
96.
Nick has been at the top of his game when it comes to refereeing for quite some time.
Made his debut on the 17th of November 2007
72.
during the Wimbledon World Masters on his first day as a TV referee, called the John Walton 9 darter against Martin Phillips.
100.
Now, almost like a bit of a baptism of fire, straight in at the top end, 9 darter.
Although I didn't know this,
95.
according to this database that us commentators use, his nickname is Cheesy. I've never heard anybody call him that.
85.
I shall do some research.
$80. Joe, you require 135.
3-5 for Croft to reduce the gap to 2-1.
63. $45. Joe, you require 72.
So 72.
Yeah.
It's the third consecutive leg where at this stage in a leg it's just got a little bit
Game
awkward, but
shot
this
and the
time
third leg.
manages to
Joe
tidy it up
Croft.
nicely.
Fourth leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on. $58. $100.
Although ironically, last point on this, apart from that 9 dart to the World Masters, only ever had one more. And that was Darryl Fittens at the Dutch Open
48.
in 2015. We'll have to change that, lads, won't we, today?
140.
Been a couple of weeks since I had a 9. We're overdue it.
Yeah, still very demanding, aren't you, Henry?
100.
Yes, yes.
Well, like I say, we have got someone on the stage right now who has found a 9 darter here
57.
previously in Mason Whitlock. Been a couple of years since he found that here.
42.
Something poetic about it, going the same route as his father did previously.
There's a video that went out on social media somewhere of the
83.
2 9 darters. Simon's in the Premier League and Mason's here side by side. And it is an absolute parallel.
60.
21 here for
Joe,
Crofty.
you require 121.
To get this game back level at 2-2. Did trail 2-0 early on.
Game
But
shot
he's
on
now
the fourth
got himself
leg.
back on
Joe
terms,
Croft.
having taken out the 1-2-1.
Fifth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Highest finish so far that we've seen from Joe Croft in Group C.
125. 81. 125.
Yeah, although Mason Whitlock's looking a bit frustrated at that. That is back-to-back 2 big treble visits
44.
for Whitlock.
The problem is there's just a sense of urgency now, isn't there? So anything that might feel like a little bit of a small slip will probably feel magnified because of the situation, because of the corner that he finds himself backed into.
Yeah, and I guess the other
57.
difficulty, isn't it, if you're Mason Whitlock, you sat in 3rd place, you're 2 points off of Kev in 2nd place, but you're having to play this first game. You're playing before Kev Cottis, so you
59.
you kind of don't obviously know what the next round is going to hold. You don't know what Kev's going to do in the next match, so you've always just got to be on the attack time and time again.
44.
There are players
Mason,
that
you
would
require
rather know
140.
how their opponents are getting on.
60. Joe, you require 140.
140 here for Croft. Not to be. So Whitlock to re-establish the lead, having been pegged back.
60. Mason, you require 80.
Top straight for it.
Game shot on the
No
5th
mistake.
leg. Mason Whitlock.
Rueful look on the face of Mason Whitlock.
6th
Leads
leg, it's
3-2,
Mason
has the darts to
throw
get the job
first.
done.
Game on. $40.
Well, that is an inviting first start, Croft.
100.
Yeah, disappointed. Should have made a little bit more than that.
93.
Feels like one of those games where if you're Mason Whitlock, you just kind of got to
121.
drag yourself over the line.
That's it, because as it stands, everything is about what Kevin Cottis will do from here on in. As mentioned, he is up next against Richie Parkin. Then he does have another couple of
76.
matches, one against Nevin Rosetta.
$43.
Well, Mason just beginning to get a little bit hot under the collar. We said, didn't we, yesterday, that sometimes players can just want it a little
54.
bit too much. Is he maybe just be found just a little bit guilty of trying a bit too hard here?
Yeah, because by Mason standards,
57. Joe, you require
been here 7 times
150.
previous and only made one finals night, and that's not the kind of return that he'd be hoping for.
98.
Well, it looks like in this game he's going to be forced to go to the well, forced to go to the hill. As Cook
60.
looks at 52
Joe,
for
you
a
require
hill match.
52.
Double top, chasing tens, gets
Game
tens,
shot and the
and
6th
takes
leg.
us all
Joe
the
Croft.
way.
7th and final leg. It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
And this is where we might see that situation where Joe Croft is playing for a bit of a free roll, knows that realistically he's going to be out of the
95.
equation, up against somebody who knows that there's a desperate need to win.
Yeah, this really could put a massive dent
85.
in the ambitions of Mason Whitlock making it through to tomorrow night.
45.
Yeah, Mason's last couple of games. One is against Paddy Williams, and then the very last game of the
43.
session, that will be against Nevin Rasteta.
Could mean a lot, could mean nothing.
121.
One too far to the left, one too far to the right. You can almost see the anguish,
9.
the torment that Mason Whitlock is going through up there.
Living, breathing every
100.
single dart.
Quite often we talk about having a lead specifically related to a match.
60.
When you've got a
Joe, you require
3-1 lead, a 3-0
140.
lead, and you can see people pegging you back. I think this is probably a similar feeling for Mason Whitlock, but in terms of the table, he looked really good coming into
60.
today, and he's lost those first couple, and then he does not want to lose a third, which then becomes a fourth. Then, as we were saying yesterday, something that wasn't necessarily a thing at the start of the day starts to become a thing.
12 scored. The
Yeah, that last dart doesn't count because he was
Joe,
on the
you
walk with
require
it.
80.
I think that was a resignatory throw there for Mason Whitlock.
Game. Shot.
It was
And the
irrelevant in
match.
any instance
Joe
because
Croft.
Joe Croft gets over the line by 4 legs to 3. That's a third defeat of the session for Mason. Well, Crofty, well, it's the other side of the bargain because it's 3 games, 3 wins. Coming up after the break, Richie Parkin takes on Kev Cottis. This all of a sudden become a big game for Kev.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, live and free here on Pluto TV. We have reached the halfway point in this last day's action in Group C, and things are starting to look a little bit interesting because Joe Croft, with that win, that 4-3 win in the previous match over Mason Whitlock, has seen him leapfrog 3 of his fellow competitors. He started the day in 6th position. He is now up in 3rd place. And he is trailing that man there, Kev Cottis. Kev, 2 points ahead. He is on 8 points and he is looking to try and get a foothold into Saturday. He takes
First
on
leg, it's Richie to throw
league
first.
leader, our man
Game
that's
on.
already through to Saturday night, Richie Parkin. He qualified after just 7 matches played because he won all 7 of them. He sat on 14 points. He's happy, he's
57.
comfortable. But the way he's been playing, he looks hungry for more.
Well, it is rather interesting because if Joe
45.
Croft and Kev Cottis do find themselves on some kind of collision course, they meet in game 14.
For Kev
41.
Cottis, it is still very much in his hands. If he wins the remaining fixtures that he's got, then no one else can catch him. But that's easy for us to say sitting
60.
up here. And so far for Kev, he's won 1 and he's
97.
lost 1.
$60.
And I just wonder at what point maybe for Kev Cottis, who a bit like Mason Whitlock came into this second day of action in a really strong position, at which point do you start thinking, this is within my
81.
grasp, but it's slipping away, it's slipping away. We saw it with Mason, the kind of reactions and I don't want to say desperation, but that real need to win the match.
41.
And particularly when you put into play the fact that he's not made a finals night before, and the last time he was here, he was incredibly close to making it into a finals night.
Yes, that is the bit of history repeating that you
81.
don't want.
$100. Richie, you
One
require
there with the last, but
144.
still it's 6 from here for Parkin. He's looking for win number 8 out of 8. Does that, then we will be
84.
looking at the record books, the history books, as to players that have achieved perfection in a Group C.
55. Richie, you require 60.
It's double 20.
Game short of the
Manages to
first leg.
smother away
Richie
through the
Parkin.
middle.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $45.
Kevin in his first match really focused, really solid 4-0 win over Mason Whitlock. And at that time, Mason was his closest rival in terms of progression through to
100.
Saturday night, but wasn't quite as solid a performance against Paddy Williams. And has started slow here against
95.
Kev Cottis. Against Richie Parkin. And yesterday it was Richie Parkin who ran out a 4-2 winner.
95. $60. $58.
I guess in the context of the table, though, if Kev Cottis was to lose here against Richie Parkin, it wouldn't do as much damage as if he was to lose to, say, Joe Croft, who he has to play in match 14, or
100.
a Mason or a Nevin, who are in that chasing pack behind him. I guess that is the only saving grace at this stage. Still, though, plenty of time to go in this match.
88.
Well, Parkin, yes, is first to finish, but Cottis on throw has an opportunity to leave things rather handy in the likelihood that Parkin doesn't convert the 160.
92.
However, he has
Richie, you
found a
require 160.
156 earlier on this afternoon. Wouldn't it be the first big one he's found?
125.
You could hear from the gasp
Kevin, you
that
require
it left the hand poorly and
109.
swung to the left as a result.
You just know that sometimes as soon as it leaves your hand, and that's probably why Richie's smiling in the background, but he might not be smiling for long.
91. Richie, you require 35.
Oh, Kev certainly wasn't smiling after that. But he's going to be let off the hook.
19.
Yes is the answer.
Kevin, you require 18.
Two
Game
fours.
shot and the second leg.
Now that may
Kevin
feel a
Cottis.
little bit like a
Third
get out of
leg,
jail
switching
free
to
card
throw
there for
first.
Kev.
Game on.
Parky missing a few opportunities, but crucially he was able to intercept when the chance arose.
57.
And that's the thing
85.
sometimes with Richie Parkin. Yes, we have seen some really good combination finishes. You mentioned the 156 already, but 3 darts in hand and sometimes isn't always able to
140.
see out the leg. And if Kev Cottis can just keep with him in terms of scoring, then he may have opportunities presented to him like we've just seen.
100.
And I just wonder as well for Kev, because we know that it's a rather nervy situation he's in. I just wonder the fact that he's won a scrappy leg, maybe a leg that he thought
134.
maybe didn't have the right to win, whether that may just settle him down just a little bit more.
140. Richie, you require 170.
Well, he wouldn't have to go for the ball if he can find the first 2 trebles. He's found the one. Not found the second.
85. $60. Richie,
So
you
this
require
to move his nose in
85.
front 2-1. 24 the bull. Bull.
55.
Well, the line was okay.
Kevin,
The height
you
was just
require
too high.
116. Single 20.
He's just double checking. Needs to just slide it past. It's a great second dart. It's double 18.
98. Richie, you
Head
require
to
30.
the heavens.
Game shot.
And the
and
reason
third
why
leg.
Kev will be
Richie
frustrated is
Parkin.
because he's getting opportunities,
leg,
but
it's
he's been
Kevin to throw
unable to
first.
take full
Game on.
advantage of them. Allowed Richie Parkin another go at the board, and he finds what he needed to. 2-1 to the good, and Cottis all of a sudden chasing again in this game.
180.
There's another big reaction from Cottis after a big score.
41.
Hang on a second.
You had to say something, Hennes.
140.
Come on now. I like the sportsmanship between the two.
Love to see what Kev's reaction would have been to a 9-darter.
100.
Yeah, well, I think it would be something to behold.
I mean, we saw the dancing akin to an extra at a Christmas panto in his previous game against Patrick Williams.
60. $96. Kevin, you require 121.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice there.
105.
He really didn't have to chase the ball route.
However, Catev in the end, all's well but ends well, leads himself on double 8 after a dozen. And Parkin by piling in the max is
180. Kevin, you
forcing
require
this
16.
to go.
Game
13
shot and the fourth
darter,
leg.
much more
Kevin
like it from
Cottis.
Kev Cottis. And
Fifth
this
leg,
game
Richie to throw
back on
first.
terms at
Game
2-2. 4 legs, 4 holds.
I think these two really kind of start to draw the best out of each other as well. They both play at a very similar pace. It
140.
just has a really nice flow to the game.
And you must have it where you play certain players and you just feel comfortable playing against it because of the pace, because of the rhythm, because of the tempo.
45.
Yeah, and there's kind of no nonsense, isn't it? Everyone just gets on with it. Yeah, we might see some reactions from people that we play against or people up on the stage, but yeah, nothing that holds up your approach to the hockey. You can see dart straight out, and Kev is there ready to throw.
Does it tend to be the players that play at a similar pace to you that the ones that you kind of tend to enjoy playing the most?
I think so, because then it's just easier to hold your own rhythm at that point. I'm not a slow player. I'm not the fastest of players.
95.
But if I do play someone that is more methodical, that is slightly slower, it's really hard to maintain your own rhythm. The idea that you have to really focus to keep your pace up when
60.
someone is going quite slow, you can get drawn into someone else's. So there is a bit of a skill to it.
Well, both players looking to hone in here.
100.
Parkin manages to find a ton to leave himself on a finish after 12. And he's going to get the luxury of time. Cottis had to fill it up there to
106.
leave himself on a finish. So plenty of time to get the game's 5th consecutive hold.
76.
Yeah, wrong bed. And when Parkin comes back, he will have options, go straight for double 15, which is quite often a newly found popular double. He's very popular by Luke Littler.
The match a double because it's green and now everybody loves it.
Yeah.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Yeah.
Richie Parkin.
Richie Parkin will probably love it after that.
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Every leg
Game on.
going with throw, and that is what Kevin Cottis needs to do now. Hold a throw and see if you can find a way of breaking.
All or nothing now.
100.
And incredibly, this puts Joe Croft back into play if Richie Parkin wins this match. Don't think anybody thought that was a conceivability at the beginning of the session, but it may well be a reality. Parkin passing a max, and Cottis now has got it all to do.
60.
Yeah, and I think what makes it even more interesting, so for Croft, his next game will be against Richie Parkin, but if he can get past him, then it may come down to Croft, who has Cottis still to play.
60.
Well, frustration just beginning to creep in for Kev, and it has put Richie in a position where he's 6 darts away from this 2-2-1 for getting the job done. Well, it's not the worst dart in the world. He wanted the 25 there to leave himself on 156, but the 20 still leaves himself on and out.
Yeah, it just means if the 161's going to go, it has to be off the back of hitting a bullseye with that 3rd dart. But because he's not on anything, doesn't have to go for it.
137.
Next best prize. Oh, faithful double 12 left after 12. All Kev can do is try and apply pressure and hope that
97.
Parkin folds
Richie,
with the finishing
24.
line in front of him.
Game
But
shot.
that's a 13-darter to wrap it up.
Parkin.
And that is win number 8 for Richie Parkin. And it keeps Kev Cottis on 8 points in this group. Just when it looked like he was going to assert some control in the race of P2, all of a sudden he's got all comers in his rearview mirror. Coming up after the break, all of a sudden this is a big game because Nevin Ressiter can move himself on 8. But if Patrick Williams wins, well, we've just got all sorts of shenanigans going on. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Richie Parkin make it win number 8, getting the better of Kevin Cottis by 4 legs to 2. Game 9 is a meeting between Patrick Williams and Nevin Rosetta. Now, Nevin wins this. He moves on to 8 points, level with Kev Cottis in second position in the table. Although there will be work to do in terms of his legs difference going into his final couple of games. As for Patrick Williams, he wins this.
First leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
Nobody's out of this going into the final couple of rounds, because he'd be on 6. Same as Rosetta, same as Whitlock, same as Croft. Cottis on 8. Cottis will then play Rosetta in game 12 and then Croft in game 14.
180.
This really could be a helter-skelter end to this group, and Williams kicks off this by hitting a max.
100.
And not for the first time. It's a really strong opening gambit from Paddy Williams.
140.
Don't look at me, I didn't ruin it this time.
No, I didn't look at you. That was all fine.
43.
Yeah, that win there as well for Richie Parkin.
127.
That's also secured him top spot in the group. He cannot now be caught in that number 1 position.
180.
Well, this is
Patrick,
an
you
emphatic
require
start from
54.
both, but it's Paddy Williams, 2 darts at tops.
Game
Well,
shot.
it's
on the
ended on
first
double
leg.
10 and it's
Patrick
ended in
Williams.
12 darts.
Second leg, it's Nevin
Doesn't
to
dart
throw
start
first.
for Paddy the Baddie,
Game
looking
on.
good.
60.
I just wonder whether, if he doesn't qualify, whether Nevin will feel like an opportunity's been missed this week.
39.
Because he's certainly had his opportunities in this Group C to make it through to a Super Series Saturday for the first time.
60.
Yeah, it's just today, it hasn't been the best of starts for him. He lost to Neil in his opening match. He only got the 1 leg against Joe Croft.
76.
And I think Joe Croft's kind of that perfect demonstration that you can have a good day and you can have a bad day. For him, it was a bad day at the
60.
office yesterday, but much better today. And maybe we're seeing the opposite here for Nevin Rosetta.
177.
He's beginning to become Paddy Williams at his utmost best.
97.
We've seen it at times from Joe Croft where he's been able to free roll and throw his best stuff. I just wonder whether Patrick Williams is in a similar situation. Yes, he's still got a chance of qualifying, but
140.
I just wonder whether he's decided to go out there with a little bit more of a carefree attitude, and as a consequence of it, we're just seeing him relax and throw with utter freedom, and by doing so, we're finding his best stuff here.
It's double 12. That is a big slip. But
61.
the correction has been made.
Nevin, you require 84.
He's hoping this doesn't get punished to the hilt.
60.
And it's not. He does return
Patrick,
for
you
double 4 to
require
double his
8.
lead.
Game shot. And
Double
the
his
second
lead, he
leg.
does,
Patrick
and it was
Williams.
doubles that were the undoing of Rosetta in that
Third
match
leg, it's
against
Patrick
Croft.
to
It was
throw
8
first.
missed
Game on.
at the outer ring. Too many opportunities spurned, and you feel that that opportunity with the 84 was also a really big chance. Because Paddy Williams is being relentless, second maximum, but don't forget the 177 as well.
60.
Playing like a dream. 114.39 the average up until
57.
that visit. Which has put some jettisoning on that average.
45. 83.
Well, if Patrick Williams can find a way of getting past Nevin, and
100.
It's looking very likely that he's going to go 3-0 up. Then it would actually put Rosetta at the foot of the group. It would be kind of, apart from those top two positions, a real change around for everyone
140.
else.
4.5 minutes it's taken Patrick to get to the point where he could find himself 3-0 up.
97. Patrick, you require 41.
Double 16. Double 8.
Game
This
shot
is
on
so
the third
good
leg.
from Paddy.
Patrick Williams.
Yeah, so
Fourth
far,
leg,
legs
he's never
won in
to throw
12,
first.
16, and that
Game
last
on.
leg won in 15 darts, averaging just shy of 105 and 50% on the outer ring.
41.
If he gets this done in 5 minutes, in 5 visits, there's every chance he could get it done in 6 minutes. And that would
121.
put himself on the list of some of the fastest games I've ever seen here. Not quite the 5:31, which was almost this time last year.
100.
Shane McGurk against Danny Van Tripe when the arrow ran riot. Average 112.56 in demolishing DVT.
83.
Yeah, and I just keep glancing over to that table because
45.
it will make for some interesting reading if this goes the way of Williams.
Particularly a 4-0 scoreline as well.
59.
So bring his legs difference up to -2
It would put him in third place, sorry.
on the bottom of the table.
60.
It's one of those groups where you just wanted to make some sense, but it just don't.
100.
Thrilling to watch, though.
That said, it's
125. Patrick, you
within
require
Kevin
138.
Costner's kind of hands at the moment because he has still got that buffer of 2 points.
98. Nevin, you require 130.
And a positive legs difference for now, which could be oh so important. Every leg could be important. Every moment could be important, but the
84.
bullseye's not there.
Patrick,
And
you
so
require
this
40.
for the match.
Game, shot, and the match.
Tops has
Patrick
found
Williams.
one of the best matches that we have seen so far in Group C. One in just less than 7 minutes. It's a 4-0 win for Paddy Williams. And just look at the average, look at the stats. Just shy of 102 average, 4 from 7 on the outer ring. A 4-0 win and a really solid performance from Paddy the Baddie.
And he does eventually win Series 13. The Modus Super Series champion, Jack Drayton!
I just can't wait to get back on that stage, you know, playing with the players that are in the practice room, and it's just going to be, I'm just going to enjoy it this week.
For Branley, needs another one of them. Can he find tops for a 160 checkout? Yes, he
Game
can.
shot and the
Brilliant
second leg.
darts
Ryan
by the
Branley.
young man.
118 for Wild to take the lead. Double top. Oh, that's superb. That is superb.
Now time to crown the Series 10 Week 6 Modus 2 Series champion, Scott Campbell!
Wild. He's done it! And finally,
Michael Huntley!
The African warrior, Devon Peterson!
It's a win for Wilkie!
Champions everywhere you look. Really, when you look at next week, Jack Drayton, of course, has won a series in 2026. Beau Vampire, a former weekly winner. First return for him here in nearly 3 years. Ryan Branley has come close to winning on a couple of occasions. Michael Huntley, of course, won a week in the previous set of 13 weeks. In Group B, all former weekly winners, and Devon Peterson, Reece Collins, Scott Campbell. Neil Wild impressed on his debut. Carl Wilkinson, of course, himself a former weekly winner. And Connor Hopkins having a good season on the PDC Development Tour. So that'll get underway. That's on Monday morning from 9:30. But in terms of the day, we're down 9 games. And these are the results from the last 3. Paddy Williams beating Devon Rosetta by 4-0 means that everybody's still in the picture somehow. It's Richie Parkin who's won the group, and he's won it by a landslide. He's 8 points clear of second position, but after that, then all sorts of madness could ensue. Cottis is still in the box seat. He still has a couple of points gap, but defeat in his next game against Devon Rosetta could open up a humongous can of worms. Nobody mathematically is out of it, and everybody will be quietly fancying themselves, although for the likes of Rosetta and Whitlock, work will need to be done in terms of their legs difference. Let's see what Joe Croft can do, because if he wins this game, he will move on to 8 points in the group, and he really will pile the pressure on Kev. And for Crofty, it is a meeting with Richie Parkin that awaits for him. Parkin, who is looking for win number 9 out of 9. If he does that, he'll have an opportunity against Paddy Williams to make it a perfect 10, a double clean sheet.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first.
I just wonder
Game
what
on.
Crofty's mindset might be going into this one, because I get the sense for the most part of today he's been playing with a sense of freedom, probably thinking this is his last day. But all of a sudden, there's an
85.
opportunity that's opened up for himself.
Yeah, and that is the question. Does that spur you on even more? I think the confidence, it should be much better
60.
today for Joe Croft, because he has had the perfect day so far. But he's running into Richie Parkin, who's looking for a second perfect day here in
100.
Group C.
Well, 3.5 years since the last time he was here. I get the sense on the
85.
base of this campaign, I don't think it'd be too long till we see him the next time. Could see him, of course, at the end of the year. Well, I say the end of the year, the end of October at Champions Week. And I mentioned it earlier, Thriller
140.
at Champions Week on Halloween week would probably be a bit fitting, wouldn't it?
It would do,
60.
but still plenty of work to do. And I don't know about you, but I'm still none the wiser of who is going to make it through.
100.
Just throw 5 straws in the air and see which one lands first.
60. Richie, you require 76.
Anything could happen from this point onwards. The only thing we know for sure is Richie Parkin is going to be on the Group C top
36.
step. But he misses tops there to win leg 1.
And I guess if you're Kev Cottis, your next game is going to be up against Evan
Richie, you
Rassiter, who
require 40.
is not having the best of days today. He's only picked up one leg, and I think that is possibly the match that he'll be looking to.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. $125.
I know we say that stranger things have happened, but I'm not sure there would have been a stranger way of a player getting through than if Joe Croft was
39.
to make it in, having lost every single game on the first day, and then if he was to win every game on day two, to
134.
get into Saturday night. I cannot remember a scenario like that. We mentioned the Rob Collins one, but that's in Group B, where there's a little bit more of a chance because you get a little bit more rope. But in Group
140.
C, this type of thing don't happen.
No, the only thing that I can almost liken it to is players that have gone through the card on the first day and then still not found a way of qualifying. So almost the reverse.
Ah, you're thinking of Scott Walters, for whom Chris Murphy said you might as well not bother turning up tomorrow and you still go through, and then lost all 5 games and didn't go
Joe,
through.
You require 142.
Hi, Murph. Hope you're well, pal.
57.
Well, Crofty on course to level things up at 1-1, but he's going to be under some kind of pressure here because Parkin was looking to fill it up.
Joe, you require 85.
20 for the pull. Does have to go for it, Parkin is on a finish. 5.
Game shot and the second leg. Joe
That
Croft.
was hit with a bit of conviction from Crofty.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. That 5 thrown so accurately and with quite a bit of force behind it.
85.
Are we just beginning to see a bit of belief in his game?
140.
How often, and we've discussed it, not just this week, but probably week after week, that you notice this trend when players start winning legs.
100.
That converts into matches, and when it converts into matches, it converts into more matches. And I'm not going to go down the road of saying it's momentum, but I do genuinely think that confidence is key for a lot of players. You'll get some that they're just not that worried if they lose a game. Like Derek Colson, if he comes unstuck, he doesn't get flummoxed by it at all. Whereas
60.
Other players are very reliant on how they feel in the moment, and they feel better when they win.
Just seems to be a lot more fluency about his game, where
55.
There has been points this week where it's just looked a little bit staccato for him.
Well, there's also that added sense of urgency, and to go 3 from 3 and put yourself in a position where you could potentially qualify after not winning a game, you've got to take a lot from that.
$60. Richie, you require 156.
Parkin has already taken out the 156 once today. He is not going to rinse and repeat.
140. Joe, you require 125.
Gets the next best prize, though, leaving himself on 8. Unless Croft can find 25 and bull. Unless he can find the bull. Oh,
Game
what a showbiz shot that is.
Leg. Joe Croft.
Wonderful from Crofty.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first.
Puts it 2-1 up and keeps his outside hopes of the impossible escape alive.
And I can't tell you how difficult that was. I pulled a face when Joe Croft moved across the off-key, because as soon as you move, he had such a good line, I get it. He wanted to open up an angle. That bit makes sense, but you have to adjust for the distance that you've moved as well. And I know it's only a small thing, but that could be the width of the wire. So really, really impressive.
55.
Averaging around about a ton. It's just dropped a little bit because of that turn there.
$91.
Do you remember the fable, the tortoise and the hare?
I do.
Well, it just feels like the first half of the week, Joe Croft was caught napping, but like 32. A tortoise might be able to get over the line in Group C, and who knows what he could do on Saturday, because at the minute he is showing Neil Duff on steroids
100.
Type levels of peaking at the right time.
But he needs to maintain it, maintain that focus.
99.
And he is first down to a finish. But pressure, once again, from Parkin will be applied.
82. Joe, you require
Well, we know he can hit the ball, and he's going to
135.
start on the ball.
81.
Well, he's left himself
Richie, you
on
require
54, unless
128.
Parkin can riposte with a ton topper of his own. We'll stay there. Another one of them leads double 10. Would have been the perfect
Joe, you
reply from
require
Parkin.
54.
It almost was the perfect reply.
Game shot and the fourth
There
leg.
is no let up
Joe
here
Croft.
from Joe Croft.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first.
I mean,
Game on.
Still a really steady leg, but the longest one in the match that we've seen in 17 darts. The other two won back-to-back 15 darters for Joe Croft after losing that opening leg.
134.
Richie Parkin hasn't been in
85.
this position before this week, where he really is backs against the wall. Now, Joe Croft has been in a couple of
60.
situations where the lead has come and gone. And if memory serves me right, in this game yesterday, Joe Croft
60.
had a layer of control before Richie got over the line to win 4-3.
125.
Possibly yesterday was one of those matches that we've spoken about that got away from Joe Croft in the end, but it was Parkin that just stepped up those levels, and he looks like he's doing it again
36.
here in leg 5 just to reduce the deficit.
$85.
Pick off with the last, leave himself on a 2-darter. Croft may well be thinking about the next leg on throw to get the job done.
100. Richie, you require 97.
So reduce the gap.
57.
Neatly done for Richie Parkin.
$75. Richie, you require 40.
Had to bring the ball into play in the
Game
off
shot
chance
and the
that
fifth
Richie
leg.
Parkin
Richie
misses, which of
Parkin.
course he doesn't. It's right in the
Sixth
middle of the
leg,
bed.
it's Joe to throw first.
Well, you feel like
Game
this
on.
is the big one for Crofty. This is the leg where he has the darts.
95. $60.
And a troublous visit from Richie Parkin. That needs to be pounced on by Joe Croft.
60. $100. $81.
Cannot overestimate how important it is, just even if you're getting that one treble a visit. Well, this could be the full complement of trebles. It's a 140, but it's a good leg from Richie Parkin.
Well, he's just beginning to find enough pitching quality here.
133.
Croft has half the score. First to a finish, but how handy can Parkin leave it? May employ the 25 here.
130. Joe, you require 132.
Ball has really come into play, but not for Joe Croft on the champagne shot.
56.
Yeah, there's been a
Richie,
lot
you
of ball
require
hitting in this game.
71.
And to take this contest all the way,
Game
double
shot
top
and
is
a
found
sixth
by
leg.
Parkin.
Richie Parkin. Seventh and final leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
And once again, Croft from a position of being 3-1 up has been clawed back to a last leg decider. And it's Parkin with the advantage of throwing first.
140.
And that 140 has put Park in charge.
82.
Parkin once again at the right time is just really finding that treble 20 with that first start, able to follow it up. It's back-to-back 140s and a last leg decider.
It's now Parkin who's dragged his average to in and around the ton mark. 6 and 221 to get over the line. This
140.
This is relentless, and this will not be music to the ears of Joe Croft.
56.
Well,
Richie, you
he'd be
require
annoyed
81.
because he's done all the hard work. Was 3-1 in front, but Parkin here for potential 11 dart could get it wrapped up.
Shot.
And he does
And the
get
match.
it done in 11.
Richie Parkin.
And that is win number 9, and that probably put pay to Joe Croft's outside chances of making it through to tomorrow night's final. Not happy as he departs the stage. In terms of the doubling, it was perfect. The 125 was the highlight, but have a look at that. Second ton plus average in as many games, and it's Richie Parkin who provides the goods. Coming up after the break, Mason Whitlock up against Patrick Williams. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, we saw Richie Parkin with average of 101.1, get the better of Joe Croft by 4 legs to 3. That's win number 9 for Parkin. He will take on Patrick Williams in game 13 to try and complete the card twice over. But we're going to see Paddy in action first as he takes on Mason Whitlock. The winner of this will move
First
on
leg,
to
it's
8
Mason
points,
to
level
throw
with
first. Game on.
Kevin Cottis ahead of his meeting with Nevin Rosetta in game 12 of the session. The plot
58.
continues to thicken in this Group C. And we're getting to the point where it feels like the loser matches, we could probably begin to scrub
60.
their names off in terms of making it through to Saturday.
Yeah, most definitely has that feel about it. Because after this particular match, we'll have another player that moves on to 8 points alongside Kev Cottis. And depending...
59.
Actually, I was just looking at the table. Regardless of how they win, whether it's a 4-0 or not, they're still not able to leapfrog Kevin because he still holds on to that positive leg difference.
39.
And you know what? It could be that 4-0 victory against Mason Whitlock that makes all the difference, because it's those 4 legs that is given him the +4 in terms of his legs difference. For Mason, it could have been so different. 2, 4, 3 defeats after that.
99.
Loss against Richie Parkin and Joe Croft could have painted a completely different picture for the apprentice.
100. Mason, you require 170. $62.
And this was a match yesterday where Mason Whitlock, well, he won 4 legs to 1.
58. Mason, you require 108.
Well, double 16 leaves double
96. Sorry, 92. Patrick, you require 124.
Bull.
99.
Wasn't too far
Mason,
away,
you
so
require
Mason will
16.
get 3 more. A double 8 to
Game
take
shot.
the
and
opening
first
leg, and he only
Mason
needs the
Whitlock.
1.
Second leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
And I do wonder, a bit like what we were talking about with Joe Croft, that the fact that Patrick Williams probably came in today with just the 2
115.
points, thinking, God, this is going to be a really tough task to try and put any pressure on a top spot. Now he is in that position. I mean, we saw in his last
99.
match, it was an absolute belter of a game. He won it in less than 7 minutes, 4-0 over Rosetta, averaging 101.90.
96.
Can't afford any mistakes from this
68.
point onwards if you're Mason Whitlock. Well, neither player can afford any more mistakes.
Quite.
100. $44. $174.
That's a good response from Paddy Williams, who's on track to level things up at 1-1.
Patrick, you require 16. Game shot and the second leg. Patrick Williams. Third leg,
Williams
it's
with the
Mason
double
to throw
4
first.
to bring the game back
on.
level to 1-1.
$125.
Mason once again trying that no-look 180, but it didn't work earlier on today. And I don't know, when you're in this kind of
140.
situation that you really do need to win the next 2 games, I'm not sure it's quite the right time to do it.
96.
If you pull it off, it looks great. He did do it yesterday, and it worked fine, but
121.
It's one of those, when you put yourself in a situation where you try to be a showman, you're a while away from it pulling off and being here and it not pulling off and
60.
it not ending well for yourself.
$58.
And I get for some players,
50.
they like to take that additional risk just to get that kind of wave of adrenaline and that boost of, or kind of burst of confidence.
40. Mason, you require 170.
Another. Unable to get.
100. Patrick, you require 142.
Can Williams find a 142 here? No, he can't.
118. Mason, you require 70.
Well, he sets up. If Whitlock can't find 70, he's got 2 darts and it's double 8. Double 4. That has come into play for
Game
Mason Whitlock on a
shot in
few
the third
occasions
leg.
today,
Mason
and it
Whitlock.
helps him out once again.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
Leads the
Game
game
on.
by 2 legs to 1.
47. 100. 134.
You could almost say for Patrick Williams that sometimes his throw, it just looks kind of so
44.
relaxed. But I think that's the point where he starts hitting all those big trebles. It's a little bit more nonchalant.
140.
He's your typical FDM, isn't he? First dart merchant. First dart goes in, you expect, well, a visit like that, a 140 or 180, say, for example. But first dart drops underneath. He's got a lot
58.
of readjusting and reconfigurating to do.
He's found it first dart once again, but he won't be filling it up.
125.
I know it's not ideal, but it is still better than finding that third treble 20.
Well, it was almost 2 safe, wasn't it? I mean, we see Bradley Brooks, don't we? He heads over to the 12 in that
58.
particular
Patrick,
situation.
you require 55.
And that is becoming more and more popular.
Game shot and the fourth
But
leg.
all's well that ends
Patrick
well,
Williams.
and we have another level
Fifth
game.
leg, it's Mason to throw
Well, it's
first.
risk aversion, isn't it?
Game on.
I just wonder with Patrick, and I've seen him enough now over the last few days to kind of draw this conclusion.
41.
That his A game is there. It's very, very competitive. I just think maybe the next step for him to become the best
57.
version of himself is when things ain't going right. I just think he needs a little bit more of a B game to back up the good bits, because we've seen some really good performances over the course of the last 5
100.
days. But I just wonder, has he got that second level that when things don't 100% go to plan, that he can just get himself out of jail with, that he could just
140.
win the odd scrappy game here and there with.
57. 58.
Well, there's nothing too scrappy about this performance so far from Patrick Williams. Both his winning legs have come in 14 darts, averaging just shy of 95 and 50% on the finishes.
57.
But as you say, it's those ones where there's a little bit of a drop-off, that in key moments, that timing's just not there.
60. 140.
Really good visit. Forsey Williams here into at least a ton.
58. Mason, you
Able to
require
oblige.
106.
Took this out a couple of times yesterday. But
70.
he's unable to do so there.
Patrick, you require 128.
Needs the treble 20 for the ball, for a breaker throw.
83. Mason, you require
Way
36.
wide of the target.
No score.
It is
Patrick, you
always
require
the risk
45.
going inside on that double 9.
It's double 16. Double 8.
37.
Whitlock has been
Mason, you
given
require
a
36.
secondary opportunity. Just on the inside. Has to recompose. And
Game
then fires
shot on the
home
fifth
the
leg.
double
Mason
9
Whitlock.
to
6th leg, it's Patrick to
lead
throw
3-2.
first. Game on.
And for Patrick Williams,
58.
that could be the leg that got away. Mason Whitlock won it in 24 darts in the end, and Paddy had chances to find that break.
125.
One of those scrappy legs which he's conceded.
I think sometimes you can concede one of those legs right at the beginning of the match because you do have a little bit of time of getting yourself back into it. But when it's the back end of the match and it's now put your opponent one leg away from the win, it's quite hard sometimes to get yourself back into it.
96.
4 more to go after this. This game 11 of our afternoon. Don't forget, we're back from 10 o'clock tonight for another 10 games
40.
where it is Matt Clark who leads the group in a very good position to make it through to Saturday, looking to play in a 4th Champions Week.
97.
Yeah, Group B is about as poised to be as complicated as Group C seems to be.
Patrick, you require 150.
Yeah, it might be an abacus night tonight. Could be an abacus afternoon, depending on what Kevin Curtis does in the next one. Patrick Williams looking to put himself in play. Leaves himself on 60 here to take us to a last leg decider.
79. Patrick, you require 60. Game shot on the 6th leg. Patrick
And
Williams.
we do go on. It's another last leg
7th and
decider.
final leg. It's Mason to throw first. Game on.
This is the 3rd time Mason Whitlock today has found himself in a last leg decider. Neither have
60.
gone in his favour.
$59.
Wins this, he's very much in the race, Paddy Williams, and those thoughts of him being
100.
a basement person be put into the distant past.
$96. $140.
Huge visit from Mason Whitlock. Williams desperately
58.
needing to find a treble.
Can he crowbar one in? Knows
45.
the answer. Does leave himself on a finish, 156.
Yeah, we've seen the 156 already taken
59.
today.
Mason,
By
you require
Richie Parkin.
156. $85.
Well, left on 71.
And now this is very much a kind of
99.
hit and
Mason, you
hope
require
type scenario
71.
for Paddy Williams.
Again, another miss on the
39.
big number. That's kind of
Patrick,
been
you require
story of the
130.
group. Williams here, just the one treble needed for a poke at the bull. Needs it with dart 2. Gets it with dart 2. It's the bullseye.
105.
Not far away.
Mason, you require 32.
Far enough away to give Mason Whitlock this opportunity at 32. 988. Or 5-10.
Game.
Well, Mason
shot.
Whitlock
And the
just
match.
about gets
Mason
over the
Whitlock.
line. A tumultuous tussle at times, but it is Whitlock who gets the win. Well, that really did to and fro, didn't it? Despite the fact every leg went with throw, it did not feel like it one bit. Whitlock wins 4-3. Cottis and Masetta next. Kev could put himself on 10 points and put himself to win a winner qualification.
Well, 11 games down and 4 more to go, but this could be one of the most decisive ones so far of the group because Kevin Cottis, it's been a bit of an up and down day for Kev, but we do know that if he can get past Nevin Rosetta, if he can get a win here, then he will be through to Saturday's finals, despite the efforts of Mason Whitlock getting past Paddy Williams 4 legs to 3. Yes, mathematically keeps him in the running. However, there is a big gap when it comes to legs difference. And that is why Kev still very much has it in his own hands. I'm not sure how much he'll be aware of it. I'm sure the focus will just be on getting the win. And he might be getting, Henry, without any disrespect whatsoever, but he might be getting Rosetta
26
at the right time because it has been a really tough day for him. He's only picked up the solitary leg.
Yeah, in the last game, admittedly, Paddy Williams hit 102 edge against him, but it just felt like very early on when he lost that game to Ritchie Park in 4-0 that maybe thought his hopes of qualifying had gone and
60
just looked a little bit dejected, hasn't he, at times? But I think in terms of Kev Cottis, we'll only know if he truly knows the permutations, I reckon,
97
until he gets that win, should he get that win. That'll be the only time we really know whether he knows the situation or the permutations in play.
41.
But this would be an almighty achievement for Kev if he was to make it through to finals night. I know we keep saying it, but it's a very true point. For different people,
70.
goals and ambitions, it's the same as in life. They're different for different people. And for Kev, this is his World Championship. This is the tournament that
100.
he preps for. This is the tournament that he wants to be successful in. And so to make it through to tomorrow night's final will probably mean the world and more to
81.
him. And I reckon there'll be a lot of people that will come down. I reckon we could be close to a sellout tomorrow night.
85. Nevin, you require 153.
But it's Nevin first down to a finish, and he's got 6 darts from the 153, and he isn't one to be underestimated because we have seen sparks of brilliance from Nevin. Granted, he does take some alternative routes. I'm not sure that he intended to leave 22, but there won't be a flicker of emotion.
22.
He'll just go straight for it.
I reckon he's the type that looks at a sat-nav and hits a double 11. You know when you go on a long journey and you put it into your sat-nav, different routes, and they give you about 5 or 6 options. I reckon he takes option 6, the one that takes you all the windy, bendy roads.
I reckon he has it on, but he goes his own way and then just lets it readjust until it agrees with what he wants. Because I do that sometimes.
I do that, but that's because I get lost. I'm the only person that
60
turned up to a job at the wrong venue. Genuinely. Admittedly, as Resta hits a max, I was working on a football gig and this team had changed ground in the summer and I plugged in to my sat-nav the old stadium. So I had to drive another 25 minutes to get there.
Yeah, not an ideal situation. And this is possibly not looking like the ideal situation here for Kev Cottis either. Cottis will still have one more match to go after this one. And that will be against Joe Croft, who has been in much better form today.
$30. $140.
Well, Cottis with a 140 with Post. Leave himself a 104. How handy can Rosetta leave
60.
it here?
Kevin, you require 104.
As much as he would have liked.
64. Nevin, you require 111.
Just soared past that tops. But if you're hoping he'll be back.
55. Kevin, you require 40.
It's been fairly good on this target today, is Kev.
Game shot and the second
to
leg.
effect again there.
Kevin Cottis.
Big Puppa's back on terms.
Yeah, maybe just starting to
Third
feel the
leg, it's
heat
Kevin
up
to
on the
throw
live lounge
first.
stage.
Game on.
Don't know why, and you're probably going to call me weird for saying this, but the name Big Papa just reminds me of that film back in the day, Big Mama's House.
100.
Okay, fair enough.
59.
Yeah, you were saying yesterday, is it a nickname or is it at least the shirt itself is a bit of a homage to something that Scott Mitchell called him last time he was here at the Super Series?
85.
Yeah, it was something to do with Papa's Smurf or something like that. I don't know the full ins and outs, but Kev has rather embraced it. Whatever
60.
it was, the full ins and outs, he's embraced it. I mean, look at that. Incredible shirt design, that.
60.
And I think it just lends itself to the type of character that we've come to learn that Kevin is.
I'd love to know the conversation with the shirt designer. Yeah, mate, I'm making a dart shirt, but can you put my
85.
face mixed up with a Smurf's body?
I imagine that's pretty much how the conversation went.
140.
I mean, it's better than a dart shirt with a dartboard in it, put it that way.
85. Kevin, you require 116.
Can you work away above? Yes, he can, double 18.
Game shot. on the
Cottis
third
is
leg.
halfway there.
Kevin Cottis.
2 more legs, he's into Saturday night.
Fourth leg, it's Nevin to throw first. Game on.
It's the second time so far in Group C that we've seen the 116 go for Kevin Cottis.
41.
Just seems to be able to make that adjustment from that treble 20 over to the double 18 really well.
140.
I don't know if he knows.
The one thing he will know
140.
is, or the one thing he will be feeling up there is that if I get a win, then I know I've got one more game to get another win and no one else can catch him if he does that. If he wins the next two, no one's catching him no matter what.
140.
But what we know is that his leg difference is that good that he only needs this one.
I think he knows, but I don't know.
55.
Okay. Very insightful information there, Henry.
100.
Rule 1 of commentary, never assume anything.
60. Kevin, you require 121.
6 and 1, 2, 1. He's going to go the traditional way for it. Doesn't have to go for the ball, but he's going to go for it. He's going to get it. It's back-to-back ton toppers.
Kevin Cottis.
Kev Cottis is a leg away from a first ever finals night.
Fifth leg, it's
And
Kevin
I'll tell
to
you
throw
what, the
first.
Essex Massive
Game
would be
on.
here in big numbers tomorrow. He's not there yet, but if he is, there is a QR code that you might want to scan on your smart device.
59.
If you head over to the Darts World store, then you'll be able to see him here tomorrow night. Could sell out
81.
rather quickly.
Yeah, Kev Cottis now just that one leg away.
140.
One leg away. 302 points away.
140.
He is battling away for his own hopes and dreams in this tournament.
52. 140.
Half the score.
$100. Nevin, you require 140. 95. Kevin,
can
you
see
require
Cottis
150.
He's really firing himself up behind Ressiter.
He could do it by hitting 3 bullseyes. That would have been the most incredible way we've ever seen a player qualify through the Saturday night.
92. Nevin, you require 45.
He could be back to being another
Game
501
shot on the
points
fifth
away
leg.
from qualifying,
Nevin
because
Reseta.
Reseta, he's not only just reduced the gap, but he now
Sixth
has
leg, it's
the
Nevin to throw
opportunity
first.
to
Game
force
on.
this last leg decider.
Well, that really would have been cheeky.
100.
But he's got to do the job all over again. I suppose the good news is it's only 501 points, not like set play where you have a dart to
100.
win the match and then you go back to within 3 again.
Yeah, that one hurts a lot more.
For the sound, I take it you know from personal
100.
experience.
Indeed, indeed I do. Well, Nevin Reseta, maximum number 2. And on course for this match to go the distance.
100. Nevin, you require 121.
Good start on the 25 here. Well, that was the intention anyway.
43.
Well, looks like Cottis is going to be forced to get the job done in a last leg decider.
100.
Tunley's on
Nevin,
101.
you require
Gives himself an
78.
outside chance. But Reseta here should get a dart double, but that's slipping a single one. Many had to recover with dart 2. He doesn't. So this for
31.
Kev Cottis, an opportunity
Kevin, you
to
require
qualify for the very first
101.
time for a Saturday night of the Super Series. 84 left. Double 12. Kev
Game,
Cottis
shot,
is there.
And the match. Kevin
A
Cottis.
dream fulfilled for Big Papa. He's in to Saturday night. His motto is if you work hard at something, you can always fulfill your dreams. And that is exactly what he's just done. It's a message for all of us. And for Kev Cottis, he will live out his darting dream tomorrow night. 3 ton plug checkouts en route to a 4-2 win, which will seal his qualification through to tomorrow night's final. We enter the final round of fixtures on the other side of this short break. And for Richie Parkin, he's looking for the perfect complement of 20 points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kevin Cottis sealed his qualification through to Saturday night's final. He's done so with a 4-2 win over Nevin Rosetta. 3 ton-plus finishes en route to his passage being secured for the finale. So let's have a look at the table. Let's confirm. Let's look at some gold, shall we? Because Richie Parker and Kevin Cottis are both glistening in it, having qualified through to Saturday's finale. Mason Whitlaw, Patrick Williams, Joe Croft and Nevin Rosetta will be playing their final games of the group. And we kick off the final round with an opportunity for Richie Parkin to go perfect twice over. Beats Patrick Williams. He would have won all 10 of his games in this group. Doesn't happen often. It could happen 2 weeks in a row because Keegan Brown did something similar in the Double Trouble Championship last Friday. Well, the thriller has been all frills, no spills so far. I mean, it's Paddy Williams, for whom I reckon he'll probably leave this week with a little bit of a scratch of the head, because there's been some decent
First leg,
stuff.
it's Patrick to throw first.
As we
Game
kind
on.
of mentioned, maybe there's been points where when push has come to shove, he's been found wanting a little bit, but did have that ton-plus average against Nathan Rosetta earlier on today.
131.
I'm sure you just want to leave here with something to smile about, something to shout about.
Yeah, and don't forget, although we now know who is qualifying via Group C, there is
28.
also that side story as well. But players, they're going to want to finish as high up the table as they possibly can, because the higher up the table you finish, then the more prize money you will walk away with. And a win here by a couple of legs margin for Patrick Williams, well, that would see him leapfrog Mason Whitlock in third place.
140.
2 points separating their leg difference.
$81. $50. Patrick, you require 151.
So 151 here for Williams to get the party started. Not to be this time.
44. $140. Patrick, you require 107.
That's double 10.
Game shot on the
He's
first
taken
leg.
107,
Patrick
15 dart
Williams.
opener from
Second leg is Richie
Paddy
to
Williams.
throw first. Game on. $57.
So whilst Patrick Williams might just try and jostle for position in the midpoint of the table for Richie Parkin, obviously there is
41.
that carrot of having the perfect campaign.
Really solidify his return. And probably solidify another return
100.
for the next series as well in the new year. As we said earlier, I think this is the series where you want to leave.
100.
It's like that old saying, isn't it? Where some things are equal, but some things are more equal than others. Well, in this case, this series isn't equal, but perhaps more equal in
95.
respect of if you leave a mark here, then you've got a better chance of coming back in 2027 when you're going to get players that just dropped off the tour coming in, and you get the new
60.
stars that come through the youth ranks as well, and you still want to be amongst the mix when the invitations get dished out.
180.
Oh, talking about dishing out, it's another 180 that Richie Parkin has found today.
He wanted to move across, realised he couldn't do so.
100. Richie, you
persevered
require
and found a trouble in
69.
any instance. Tops the park him.
49.
Just underneath, but he has got time.
94. Richie, you require 20. Game short and the second leg. Richie Parkin.
Comfortable hold
Third
of
leg is
throw
Patrick
for
to throw
Richie
first.
Parkin in the
Game
end.
On. 135.
Yeah, I think for Paddy Williams, it's just been a case of there's been a lot of games where he's come out the traps really strong, really quite fast, and
85.
just tailed on as he's got pegged back, and a couple of last leg deciders today just gone against him.
Kind of in the story of his week. Picked up 24 legs. Well, 25 you had in the one he's won in this game. So it's not as if it's been so far off. So it's just in those
44.
moments where push comes out. Let's say his numbers in Group A was really good. His numbers yesterday were the best. He had the best running average of anybody on Thursday.
96.
But, as I say, in those key moments, he's just missed that odd dart, a double or two too many.
In fairness, just looking at the running averages from
100.
today as
Patrick,
well, and
you
it is
require
still
170.
Patrick Williams that is running at the highest average.
Another. Put the rod away.
130.
However, we'll take the little fish set up for tops.
$60. Patrick, you require 40.
Tops for 2-1. Can he work a way in?
Game
Yes, he
short
can.
and the third leg. Patrick Williams. Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Paddy
Game
the
on.
Paddy at the halfway mark.
$25.
And that is a big opening for Paddy Williams. If he is to be the spoiler in the Richie Parkin story.
140.
That is just squeezed into the bottom left-hand corner of that treble bed. Well, this is turning into a bit of a ding-dong, isn't it?
80.
Second 180 of the game for Richie Parkin.
9.
I shall shut my mouth.
It's weird, I just heard a cheer in my ear when you said that.
100.
Yeah, despite that slow start from Richie Parkin, that 9 from Paddy Williams. But then back with a maximum. This is a real kind of yo-yo leg for both.
$140.
Williams now just needing to apply some pressure, but it's another slip.
42. Richie, you
Parkin
require 56.
with the perfect opportunity to level up once again. It's a slip with the first, but it's chops.
16. Patrick, you require 130.
Little fish for Williams. Talk for the ball.
65.
That's the ball anyway. Couldn't
Richie, you
get, so
require
Parkin
40.
here. Tops for 2-2. Now double 10.
20.
Clips the wire.
Patrick, you require 65.
So close, but yet so far. Double 16.
57. Richie, you require 20.
2 10s for 2-2. Double 5. One left.
15.
This an opportunity for
Patrick,
Paddy
you
Williams to
require
break
8.
lead 3-1 and to put Parkin to within a leg of his first defeat. Works away off the
Game
barrel and
short
in.
and the fourth leg.
3-1.
Patrick Williams.
And Paddy with the darts to get it done.
Fifth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
I remember this being a really tight game between these two yesterday.
81.
But it's not the first time Parkin has found himself trailing 3 legs to 1. That match, his previous match against Joe Croft, he was in the same position and battled back to win 4 legs to 3. Just
57.
found just this kind of extra gear.
$58.
And with some players, I do often question whether that kind of natural adrenaline that you get when you know that you need to win a game, whether that just wanes when you know that you've already qualified. But I do not get that impression at all from Richie Parkin. I see a player that just wants to win every single game and now has the opportunity to go 10 from 10, and that is the goal.
I think it does help when you're in that situation where you haven't lost a game. I think, say you get through on 12 points early on, but you've dropped the odd game here and there. I think that's when it's harder to keep things going. But he's still got a goal in his head. He's still got something to play for. There's still something to achieve, even if the main objective has been fulfilled.
140.
But it looks like, for Richie, it could well be the end of the perfect streak. Because Paddy Williams is back here for 82.
95. Patrick, you
Still
require
a 4-1
82.
win. And it would end his week on 8 points. But it would keep Parkin on 18. It's the ball for the win. Match
51.
Missed.
Richie, you require 78.
And look what Parkin's left. 78. Doesn't keep it straight with the first and cannot find the treble with the second. More chances
38.
here for Paddy Williams.
Patrick, you require 31.
Gonna get 2 more. And the target of choice is double 8. But he's
No
drifted
score.
low. He's done a Hogan.
Richie, you require 40.
Or sometimes things perhaps you just feel are just fated. If this tops goes, we go on.
20.
Parkin can't find it.
Patrick, you require
Well, how many
31.
times have you seen this where a player busts and then they come back to the board and they take it out? Is that going to be the case here for Patrick Williams? Double 8 for the match. 2 4s.
27.
Parkin
Richie,
reprieved.
you require 20.
You heard it clip the wire. He just needs to slide down the side of the barrel. Well, the barrel ended up being a bit of a hindrance.
Game
But the clear
shot on
target at the
fifth
top of the
leg.
board
Richie
means we
Parkin.
do go on.
6th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if this is kind of just the match that's summing up the way that the
83.
week has gone so far for Patrick Williams, because scoring-wise, especially in Group A, that was not an issue. Finishing, that was up and down.
32.
And now 10 missed, and most of them for the match.
Well, Temi starts at a double, but yet has had 8 2 treble or more scores in this game.
85.
Put it this way, you wouldn't need to write a 10,000-word essay on Patrick Williams' week. You could probably write it in a sentence.
100. $81. 59.
Parkin trying to seek out a big treble.
96.
And does get it and does leave a finish that he has already hit today.
83. Richie, you require 156.
The 156 not going to level up the game, but the
140.
setup play is on point.
Oh, Paddy Williams
39.
missed those
Richie,
handful
you
of
require
darts in the previous
16.
leg to get it done 4-1. Parkin here looking at the target. He missed a few times to
Game
take us
shot
all the
on
way. He
sixth
missed
leg.
8s, he missed
Richie
4s, Paddy
Parkin.
Williams. But Parkin, no mistake on the latter target.
7th and
we
final
go,
leg. It's Patrick
as
to
Nick
throw
Rawls, our
first.
referee, rightly
Game on.
says, to a 7th and final leg.
Patrick Williams lost to Joe Croft in a last leg decider. He lost to Mason Whitlock in a last leg decider.
59.
He has the benefit of throwing first here. Is it third time lucky today for Paddy Williams, or is Richie Parkin going to go 10 from 10 in Group C?
41. 42. 85. 134.
It's a timely visit. It's a big visit from Paddy Williams. Needs to
51.
think about this from 266.
Has to watch his work.
96.
Well, leaves himself on the 170.
$100. Patrick, you require
Well, this would be some way to
170.
end your weekly campaign, but he ain't gonna reel in the big fish.
60.
Yeah, and I look to the heavens because it's not the ideal setup either. Parkin from these types of positions has managed to hit big and set up well.
55.
But
Patrick,
now
you
he's got
require
6.
110.
That's a big slip from Parkin.
We're still on. Does he go for the ball? Yes, he
Game,
does, and he
shot,
gets it.
And the match.
And it means
Patrick
that Richie Parkin
Williams.
isn't going to have the perfect campaign. And that is something for Patrick Williams to shout about at the end of a week, which has had its up and downs. He's had moments, he's had flashes, but in the end, he'll walk away disappointed. 2 top plus checkouts in that for Paddy the Baddie. For Richie Parkin, he will not have his perfect campaign. Coming up next, Joe Croft takes on Kev Cottis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Patrick Williams got the better of Richie Parkin by 4 legs to 3. 2 more games to go on this Friday afternoon. Parkin being denied the perfect group for the pair of Joe Croft and Kevin Cottis. They're heading in different directions. For Joe, the road ends here. For Kev, all roads lead to Saturday night's final. For the first time here at the Super Series, Big Papa will be playing on the big night. As for Crofty, it's another campaign at the Live Lounge, which will end on a Friday afternoon. I get the sense this might be a game which is played in perhaps a little bit more of a relaxed manner, a bit more of a relaxed mode.
First leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I still imagine both of them going to be highly competitive, but sometimes when you can go up there and be a little bit more relaxed, then you can play that little bit better. So I guess this is a game of expect the unexpected here.
81.
I can imagine that after this is done and Kev gets contact with the outside world. Remember, the players don't have access to any mobile facilities during the session. I can imagine his phone is probably
46.
Exploded with texts of congratulations. He's probably going to spend more time tonight having to reply to text messages than he's going to do anything else.
123.
Part and parcel of having a bit of success.
95. Joe, you require 153.
However, it's Croft first to finish in leg 1 here. Look at a 153, unable to get.
39.
Yeah, I already know that on Kev's social media, he has been congratulated by his Essex
60.
teammate and
Joe,
Keegan
you
Brown.
require 114.
Keegan will be here, but I'm sure supporting his friend, but from the position of the commentary box.
58.
Yeah, it's been 1 or 2 occasions, hasn't there, where impartiality in this commentary box has been questioned.
I still think that mine was the toughest.
Yes, I agree.
61. Joe, you require 56. Game shot in the first leg.
Take
Joe
a 1-0
Croft.
lead.
Second leg,
I think
it's
you
Kevin
spent half
to throw
the time
first.
hiding under the
Game on.
table, didn't you?
I did the first time round, yes. Yeah. Commentating on your husband is not
100.
the easiest thing I've ever had to do. Although still easier than having to interview him, I will give you that much.
45.
Although when Sam Mulliner's
95.
best pal is Derek Coulson, I can imagine commentating on him's a little bit easier. Because you kind of expect him to win more than not.
45. $96. 58.
Well, last week we made a comment, and yes, it wasn't a regulation week, it was a specials week, and it was double trouble, and it was
60.
a race to 3 as opposed to a race to 4 in terms of the legs played in the group stages. But we made this point that Group C was dominated by
Kevin,
Keegan
you
Brown. He
require
actually did go through the card on both days. As Kev Cottis looks to do the 3 balls again. And for the second time, he finds the first one, but can't find the next 2.
82.
We can remember the last time that someone had qualified through Group C on 10 points. If Croft gets the better of Kev here, that's going to be the scenario once again.
Twice in 2 weeks, which I suppose goes to show the competitive nature one end, but then
54.
also
Kevin,
for the
you
same
require
side of the
68.
coin, how someone's just been utterly dominant. Toss a level up.
28.
Don't worry, Kev, you'll be back.
59. Kevin, you require 40.
Tops again.
Game shot and the second
double
leg.
tens
Kevin
there.
Cottis.
And we are
Third
back
leg
on
is
level
Joe to throw
terms.
first. Game on. .43.
There you see that competitive nature still coming out in Joe Croft.
60.
Yeah, any win for Joe, and then he would move up into 4th place, potentially move up into 3rd place. There's just
60.
been so much movement on this table this time round.
Yeah, it's just been movement
140.
everywhere today.
Yeah, some of it coming actually on the live round stage.
60.
We've seen some moves up there from Kevin Cottis earlier on, dancing in the like an impromptu break as Paddy Williams had to fix a
100.
point.
Not the first person that's been found dancing on that stage, may I add.
I don't know what you mean.
30.
I've done so as well, but that was at a Christmas do as opposed to in the middle of a match. Well, you can call it
85.
dancing.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing right here in the commentary box, I would not call that dancing.
56.
Kevin Cottis might be
Kevin, you require
having a celebratory dig if this
116.
116 goes.
100.
I see plenty of dance moves, including the juicy wiggle of Andy Poulton. Yes, that is the official name of his dance.
140. Kevin, you require 16. Game shot and the third leg. Kevin Cottis.
Well, from 1-0 down, now it's Kev Cottis who takes the lead, throws first in leg
Fourth
4.
leg, it's Kevin to throw
And
first.
as you
Game on.
suspected, the match played in good spirits.
.78. .95. 121.
I think that's the second time I've seen that arm go up in this match, and it's the second time that the third treble 20 is not that close.
Someone's been watching Scott Williams, haven't they?
60.
Mind you, if he has a poor end to the year, we could be seeing him back at the Super Series in 2027.
56.
I believe made the World Championship semi-finals, what, 2.5 years ago?
180.
Just shows the competitive nature at the top end of the game. But I'll be honest, it's been pretty competitive here at the Super Series this week. Despite the max,
100.
Crofty couldn't leave himself on a finish.
Yeah, 44. Kevin, you require 146.
What is Kev going to do here? Well, he's not going to take it out from this juncture. Croft just needs the one treble to
60.
afford
Joe, you
himself a
require
poke at the bullseye to level this
122.
contest up.
No, it's 36.
86 left. If he can see enough of the treble 18, he might stay there. Might opt to go for the ball. He's going to try and force a route
54.
through.
Kevin, you require 86.
So, to move 3-1 up, 2 in hand, a double 16 for Kev Cottis. Only
Game
needs
shot
the
and the
one.
fourth leg. Kevin Cottis.
One away.
Fifth
Well,
leg.
making
it's
it
Joe
12
to throw
points.
first. Game on.
And I think he's having a bit of fun.
I think he's had quite a bit of fun in the last couple of days, but yeah,
41.
definitely more relaxed, safe in the knowledge that No matter how this result goes, he'll be back tomorrow night.
55. 59. 140. 100. 98. 57.
Cottis, well, should be on a finish after these.
32.
Well, should have been on a finish, but that's a bit of a slip.
Can Crofty punish to the hilt? Answers yes, 2 triple turn, leads himself on 104. Cottis at least has the insurance policy of the fact that even if Croft wins this leg, he'll have the honour in the next one to get it done. But he has left himself on a 2-darter. If Croft cannot convert the 104, if he cannot take 84. The 104, which he was unable to do so after the second dart, straight into the single 15.
Double eight's found. It's a 4-1 win for Kev Cottis. He knew he was already through to finals night. It's a really nice embrace between the two. Well, Joe Croft did mount a bit of a charge earlier on today, but it's all about that guy right now who finishes on 12 points in Group C. And we will be seeing him tomorrow night. That there, the tail of the tape. It was brilliant finishing from Cottis, including that 86 finish. And yeah, he'll be back tomorrow.
Here we go then, final game of the night in this Group C, and it is a meeting between Mason Whitlock and Nevin Risetta. These two will be heading for home as soon as this game is completed. Both players began the day on 6 points. Nevin's still on 6 points. Mason did get that one win, but for him it's another campaign at the Super Series which ends in disappointment. So these two just playing for pride. Their
First leg, it's
positions
Nevin
aren't
to throw
necessarily
first.
sewn
Game
up.
on.
Nevin can finish 5th with a win. Mason can finish 3rd if he gets over the line here. So they've got an opportunity to play for
121.
a couple more pounds in the pocket, but the main objective hasn't been fulfilled, which for both players, in particular Mason Whitlock, will
96.
be a big disappointment. Probably would have looked at this group, Mason, and thought this was a incredible opportunity to make it through to what would have only been a second finals night in 8 appearances. But once again, he's going to be walking away, possibly wondering what could have been.
121.
Yeah, I make the argument for both, I would say, on this occasion, because for me, Mason Whitlock both days was just that
100.
little bit too slow to get going. Both his opening matches today and yesterday, they resulted in 4-0 defeats. And when you're talking about a group this tight and leg difference as tight as it has been,
Nevin, you require
that's where some of the
140.
damage has come from. Yeah, as for Nevin, it's just been that
45.
campaign
Mason,
of
you
2 different
require
days, isn't it? Good day
104.
yesterday, bad day at the office today.
Has to find a way above. Does so. Double 12.
92.
Just inside.
Nevin, you require 95. $39. Mason, you require 12.
Double 1.
No score. Nevin, you require 56.
So 16 for double top, or by hitting the 8, he's going to have to spurn another. Eventually gets his way to tops. And when he does, he
shot in
hits.
the first leg. Nevin Resitar. Second leg, it's Mason throwing first. $60. $140. $46. $100.
Nevin has been that player that kind of has grown into the week. Yesterday hasn't been, as we say, the best day for him.
30.
Just picked up the 3 legs, but he did run into a really solid, really strong performance from Kev Cottis in a match that actually secured Kev's place in tomorrow's finals.
140.
And then he was also on the back end of the best average that we've seen today from Paddy Williams, that 100 and just 9 on 102.
100. Nevin, you require 121.
25 first to the 1-2-1. Well, that was the plan. 2 scored, 119 left.
41.
Well, even self 180 to double the lead to 2-0. You may remember this group yesterday began
57.
with Nevin
Nevin, you
Risseter getting the
require
better
80.
of Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 0. Could be halfway towards back-to-back 4-0 wins if he can get double 16.
Game shot and the second leg.
And
Nevin
he can find the
Resitar.
double, and he is halfway there.
Third leg, it's Nevin to throw first. Game on. $58.
Is it max number 2? It is indeed.
180. $140.
Well, this would be the type of situation where Mason Whitlock just relaxes and then piles in some decent stuff.
59.
However, he's only backed the 180 up with a 59 score, and with Reston on throw, it's opened up the door, though. Starting upstairs on 303
100.
meant that he had to be perfect to leave himself on a finish.
And again, I still think there's plenty of good stuff that
43.
we've seen from Mason Whitlock that he can take forward into the development tour. He's obviously mentioned that PDC Youth World Championship in the future, and you know, averaged just over
43.
99 in that 4-1 win yesterday over Croft. So there's definitely those levels there. It's just sometimes it's the consistency, getting that first dart right.
81. Never knew require 160.
For someone whose darts landed like the way they do as Mason Whitlock, if that dart goes low with the
60.
first one, which we
Mason,
have
you
seen on a
require
few occasions,
138.
it's just really obtrusive. It just blocks everything.
$32. Never knew require 100.
This is for 3-0.
$60.
It's
Mason, you
almost a
require
knowing look from
106.
Mason in the background. He expected that to go. And that 106, we've seen him leave it a few times and seen it
49.
hit twice by
Never
Mason
knew
Whitlock,
require
but not on
40.
this occasion.
So for 3-0. Double 10.
30. Mason, you require 57.
So Whitlock here looking at double top to keep himself afloat, to keep himself in with a
Game
shout.
short and the third
Breaks
leg.
back,
Mason
and this is how
Whitlock.
quickly things can change, because Reservoir starts
Fourth
at
leg, it's
3-0, but if
Mason to
Mason
throw
Whitlock holds
first.
here,
Game on.
this match will be back level at 2 apiece.
Yeah, Rossiter, 6 darts missed in this match, and I think that has been one of the problems today for Nevin, that when he has
45.
had chances, they haven't been as frequent as yesterday, but when he's had them, hasn't been able to take them.
85.
I get the sense a little bit like Mason. I think Nevin will think about what could have been this week, because he gave himself such a
45.
good opportunity going into today's play, but as things stand, it will be a
97.
5th place finish for the Croatian.
Almost a really resigned look as the second dart was
93.
dropped on the floor before actually getting it up to the point of release.
$125.
Well, Rosetta here. And the other thing is, for someone like Nevin, it might be the last game he ever plays on this stage. You never know which time's going to be your last time.
61.
Obviously, he'll head back to Croatia and try and qualify again, or want to get to the Global Championship at the end of the year. But you never know in life when it's going to be the last time you do something. And what he'd love to do is finish
100.
here, finish his campaign at the Super Series with a win, so he can at least leave this building with a smile on his face.
43. Nevin, you require 94.
Hopefully it's not the last time we see him here, but you just never know.
Well, it's another unique route, so to speak, because the treble 20 would have left him on double 17.
56.
And as it goes, he's left himself on double 19.
I see he's gone to the Jose de Souza School of Finishing.
58. Nevin, you require 38.
So he's going to split it anyway. That was not the double he wanted to leave.
Game short.
But all's
and the
well that
fourth
ends
leg.
well. And it
Nevin
is
Ressiter.
3-1 in favour of Nevin Ressiter.
Fifth leg, it's Nevin to throw first. Game on.
As the darts to win his last game of his second appearance here
40.
at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
And I guess the other thing to note, that because this
59.
group has been so tight, you wouldn't normally find someone in 6th position on 6 points, or someone in 5th position, potentially, if Nevin wins here, on 8 points.
180.
Well, outside of the top two, there'll be 2 points whatever happens here. Well, if Nevin wins, there'll be 2 points that separates third down to 6th.
180.
Tells you about how tight this group has been at times as Mason Whitlock finds his sneaky third 180 of the game.
Yeah, off the back of Rossiter
100.
finding his first.
$98.
Well, he's left himself on 164, has Mason. But Rossiter here can set himself up lovely.
85. Mason,
Well, it's a
you
two-darter.
require 164.
If Whitlock cannot find the 164, which he's unable to oblige.
Now, I feel that this is going to be a
104.
traditional route
Nevin, you
for
require
the
96.
96.
Do you now? Yes, you're right.
38.
It's to stay in the game.
Mason, you require 60.
2 at tops. Again, just that move over,
Game
just to
short on
open up
fifth
the angle.
leg. Mason Whitlock.
Executed brilliantly.
6th leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on.
Still in the game. And throwing
85.
to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
140.
But Rossiter with that 140 has already asked Whitlock questions.
45.
The throw's been overturned.
Mason Whitlock may find himself needing another one of those magical 180s. He's
59.
hit 3 already in this match. Oh, we're looking at number 4 because there's plenty of room in the bed.
100. $125. $96.
So from 177, Rossiter 6 darts from here.
85.
Well, these 92. What has Whitlock got by way of a reply?
57.
Up Trevorless. So
Nevin,
for
you require
Rossiter
92.
to end his campaign with a win.
Yeah, pulls that second dart.
39. Mason, you require 118.
118 required. Double 2.
Yeah.
He was looking for a single 18, but he's got to make the adjustment now to the bottom of the board.
116. Nevin, you require 53.
So this to end his campaign with a win. It would put him onto 8 points and into
Game
5th
shot.
place
And the match.
in the table.
Nevin
And just
Rossiter.
like yesterday, Nevin Rossiter gets the better of Mason Whitlock. He wins 4-2. He wins his last game on the Live Lounge stage this week. That's the tail of the tape. But as far as this Group C is concerned, Richie Parkin was almost perfect. 9 wins out of 10. And he is joined by Kevin Cottis into Saturday night's fun. And we will be joined by Kevin on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group C has come to a close on this Friday afternoon. It was a group that was dominated by Richie Parkin. He won 9 out of his 10 games. Could have won the last one against Patrick Williams, and he is going to be joined alongside Kevin Cottis into tomorrow night's final. That is how the table looks. Parkin on 18 points, Cottis on 12, and other than that, everybody else was pretty much inseparable. So that's the tail of the tape as far as Group C is concerned. Richie Parkin and Kevin Cottis through to tomorrow night's final, and Kev has joined myself and Laura Turner here in the studio. Kev, first of all, many congratulations. I get the sense that getting through to tomorrow night means the world and more to you.
There's no words really, everyone knows my darting journey. I don't play a lot, I don't do challenge tours, well, I'm too old for that. This is all for me kids. I've got 2 wonderful children, Eva May and Xander at home, that I want to install life lessons to, that if you work hard, apply yourself and have a dream, you can do it. Daddy needed to be on TV according to my son, so Xander and Eva May, this is for you guys. So
is that just the inspiration to start in the first place, was for the family, was a family thing?
Well, I stopped playing darts for 14 years. I used to play years ago. I come back just to help my brother's Super League side out. Played, enjoyed it, bought another dartboard, bought new darts, and just enjoyed it. And then a very good friend of mine, Connor Allington, went out and sort of said, "Oh, Kev, why don't you ever go to these ADCs?" Vault 14, first time I turned up, got to the Modus qualifier, won that, come here, and it's just been a massive snowball. Overwhelmed that I got an invite back. I really am, and thank you, Modus. You know, you have no idea how much it means to me. I've come back, and if I can make my kids proud and do myself some justice, fantastic. That's why I'm here.
We've been mentioning on commentary, Laura, the last couple of days that different players, this means different things. Everyone has the same ambition, but it means different things. We've seen, obviously, for yourself, your story, we see other players, it's a building block potentially to go onto the Pro Tour, or for somebody towards the tail end of their career, an opportunity to still play in front of the TV cameras. Every player comes here with the same goal, but their reasons for being here are completely different.
As you say, we've just heard exactly what it means to Kevin and players like Kevin. It's a real unique platform that can kind of service different players at different parts of their career for different ambitions. And ultimately, we've said it so many times, when I was playing, I'm not going to say quite how many years ago, but when I started playing, nothing like this ever existed. So now you get the opportunity, you're playing in front of cameras, you've got the TV, you've got the TV's, the TV platform there as well. There's just so much opportunity to do well here, and then you've just got that wonderful check at the end, and the possibility of Champions Week. I reckon as people get used to the taste of it, I'm not sure about you, Kev, but does the ambition start growing now? You're in a finals night. Are you thinking about getting your hands on the trophy?
The dream would be, I've done a bit for my kids, and I will level with you right now. I pick up the cheque and I get the money to go to Q school. I will go and do it. I will have a bash, because you never know. I've never had the opportunity to do it before because of the platforms like Modus didn't exist. This is the future of darts for me. This is the ADC. So I do well enough, I will go to Q school, and if I drop onto the challenge tour so I can keep playing here, wink wink, nudge nudge, I'd love it. But if it weren't for Modus and ADC, I wouldn't have had the platform to even dream or think about dreaming about going further. So I'm 47. I think there's life in the old dog still. We give it a crack, we'll see what happens.
Derek Coulson's 58. You've got plenty of time in Paris. You've got 11 years. But in terms of the actual darts this week, the stuff you threw, what was the bit that you felt you did best the most?
To be fair, from my first visit in March, my doubling was really quite poor. I was okay on my combo shots, but me free in hand, everyone in commentary noticed it, and they were absolutely right. I just weren't pinging them doubles. I think that was the difference. I don't think my scoring was great the last couple of days, and I certainly made hard work of it. Looking back on the screen there, the one thing I do like is the shirt looks quite good. I could do with using a bit around the waist, but we're doing all right.
One thing we've learnt about you, Kev, the couple of times you've been here, is you're just a larger-than-life character, aren't you? That you've really embraced what this competition's all about.
For me, it's, if I don't enjoy the sport, why would I pick them up in the first place? And unfortunately, it might get me in trouble at times, it might not. I play my heart on my sleeve. What I feel, you will see. If I'm happy, you'll see it. If I'm sad, you'll see it. I won't dilute myself, because if I can't be me, why am I here? Why am I here? And I've loved every second of it, and let's see what happens tomorrow, yeah?
You're trying to get those 3 bullseyes, though.
I will get it. Might get it at home, but might not be on here, but I will get it. No, it's just, I don't know, that's just me. I can't excuse it. I do my own thing, my own way. You will never see me lay up, because my philosophy is I'm not here to play who's behind me. I'm trying to do what I can on the board. So if I ping out a ball when someone's on 300 odd, it's not disrespectful to them, it's just the way I play the game. I like a bit of flair, I like a bit of pizzazz, and hey, who don't love a triple bullseye?
Talking about a bit of flair, have a look on this monitor down here, because we caught you doing a bit of dad dancing here.
Well, you know, I'd like to try and bust a move every now and again, you know, the rhythm's there. I don't move too bad for a big fella. I mean, look at that. That's just class, isn't it? We'll bust out a few more tomorrow. We've got a few tunes in the background. We'll have some fun.
You're just taking everything for all it's worth. In terms of tomorrow, am I right in saying that you're going to have a few down here?
I've literally just got my phone back, and I've got 4 people on that I've already paid for and booked in, and I've got, oh, we're coming. So there may be 1 or 2 from down my way. I've also got Joe Hunt coming over from Portsmouth, which is overwhelming. We shared the week together, and he's coming over, so it's going to be a good night, and I'm not here to make up the numbers.
I've just heard on my earpiece in my ear that since you qualified, we have had a bulk order of tickets for tomorrow night. So you're going to have a fair few come and support you, it seems. We're going to have another chat with you in just a second, Kev. Let's talk about Richie Parker, the other player that qualified through. Didn't quite get the perfect 10 in Group C, but he is laid down one heck of a marker going into tomorrow night.
Yeah, the story, wasn't it, is the fact that we haven't seen him here for around about 3.5 years. So what were we to expect? And he just hit the ground running yesterday. Didn't really give many people a look in. Took his chances when he had them. The combination finishing was there. But for me, even through today, the standout bit is the scoring. Because even when he's missing darts at double, the opponents sometimes are just that far back because his scoring's been so strong that he's allowing himself back up to the oche again and again. So, yeah, really good campaign. Unfortunate for him not to go through the card, but this is all about qualifications. So he's qualified, he's in top spot, he's into Saturday, that's all that counts.
Well, let's get an assessment of where we're at, because we now know half of the 6 players that are qualified for tomorrow night's final. Kevin Cottis and Richie Parker joining Darren Beveridge, who made it through on Wednesday afternoon tonight. Group B comes to a close. Matt Clark in control of that group. 3 wins out of 4 on night 1. 2 wins tonight will mathematically guarantee his progression. James Buckley, Mark Dubbridge and Dean Gallagher all on 4, and Johnny Barnes on 2. That resumes tonight from 10 p.m. But for you, Kev, into tomorrow night's final, just tell us what it would mean if you were able to lift the trophy tomorrow night.
There literally is no word to me, let's be honest. I turned up here as a qualified first time. To come third in Group C, I thought was really quite good back then. Come here, I've got the finals night. If I can turn up and I can play my A game, they're in trouble tomorrow. And if I can walk back with that cheque and the title, then I know it's in me. The people back home know it's in me, but everyone's a top quality player. They're all there hungry for the same thing. At the end of the day, I'm just sure it's just going to be a good evening of darts, some top quality darts throwing, all on Pluto TV. So get your tickets, get down there, or watch live on Pluto. You're in for a good night of darts.
I reckon we should get him to do the promos at the end of the show. Kev, many congratulations. I'll see you tomorrow night. In fact, these are the promos. Coming up next, we've got the Yorkshire Board Challenge that features some Yorkshire stars on a Yorkshire board. And trust me, it is not easy. Then tonight, James Buckby, one of the stars in action as Group B comes to a close. And then finals night featuring Kev Cottis will be tomorrow evening from 7:30, and then Series 15 Week 2 gets underway with Ryan Brandy, one of the stars in action, from 9:30 on Monday morning. Big Papa's done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've done all right. I'm just glad I actually bought 4 shirts.
Perfect. Right, Kev, many congratulations. Laura, thank you. See you tonight for Group B. Kev Cottis, the Big Papa. Don't preach. He's into Saturday night.
The Modus Super Series!
Derek Coulson for Destiny. It's
Scott Taylor!
Absolutely. Biggest of all
He reels it in.
What an incredible record.
Couture!
Everything you wanted.
He does it.
Henry Corson with glory.
Our champion
That's
tonight.
the bullseye. This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for Max!
Smashed out.
Max!
That is special.
Incredible.
Last chair, that is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night!
Good. Cool time.